what five-letter fictional company is responsible for Jurassic Park. All right, 215-263. WMMR is the number. First caller in. We got a couple of Chris's, but it was Chris M. who was first. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great day in the morning.
Great day in the morning. All right, so do me a favor. Tell me what five-letter fictional company is responsible for Jurassic Park.
That would be InGen, I-N-G-E-N.
That's correct, yes, InGen. Hang on a second. Chris got you a $50 Metro Diner dining card now serving new stack sandwiches. Bite into Metro Diner's latest crispy fried chicken or shrimp po' boys, layered with fresh lettuce, tomato, and chipotle ranch, served on a hoagie roll. And you can visit metrodiner.com for all the information. So I have a lot of stories here for you. I don't know how many we're going to be able to get through, but we'll start with this one. Pete Davidson and Chase Sue Wonders crashed a Mercedes-Benz into the side of the Beverly Hills home over the weekend. They startled a 16-year-old girl who was at home alone. Imagine that. You're 16, you're home alone, a car crashes into your house. The girl's father, told TMZ she was reading a book when the accident happened.
So a studious 16-year-old.
Thankfully, the teenager was not injured, but her father says that she is a bit traumatized. The sound was so loud that she thought that there was an earthquake happening. And the homeowner told the outlet that the car hit the house just outside of the living room and that a window came out of its frame. He also told TMZ he's not planning to sue Davidson or anything like that.
Yeah, and there was no sign of any sort of drugs involved or alcohol. It was just he was going a bit too fast and lost control.
I guess so.
That's
I didn't hear any more, so I'm not really sure.
Right now.
By the way, Steve had sent over, Marissa, did you get the audio of a crash that took place? There was a podcast, and they're right outside of a storefront. And a car crashed through the storefront window.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
Crashed through the bollards and into the window. You can see it happen. So Marissa just sent the audio over. So, here we go. This is when this happened live. Hang on a second.
It got so quiet in here. How did I...
Then the car backs out.
Yeah, it's an SUV.
I think we're fine. I think we got all the audio on there. Yeah, we're chilling. Everyone's good. Oh, my God.
Yeah, they're sitting right by a picture window, and you see an SUV sort of out of control, and their backs are to it, and it rams into the window wall behind them, and they couldn't have more than, 3 feet from the window, Preston?
Yeah, and in fact, by the time it crashes through and pushes the window in, it's inches from hitting them.
Right.
I mean, like, it could have been real bad. Yeah, Kath?
I'm surprised that was just their response.
Yeah, they were very casual about it.
Well, he just says,
screaming.
He goes, it's gotten very quiet in here.
I know, but even after, like us, we'd be going, oh, my God!
They don't know how to play it up.
They don't know how to. They don't know how to do how to do radio or podcasting or whatever cute little thing they're doing over there. All right, but anyhow, interesting. All right, so a source has claimed that Chris Rock doesn't give an S about harsh opinions on his latest Netflix special, Chris Rock: Selective Outrage. Source said he said what he needed to say and doesn't give an S about the reaction. Either way, he isn't worried. The source said people have been waiting for Rock's reaction for a year. For the most part, I think it was well received. People don't expect sugarcoating from Chris Rock. Meanwhile, Page 6 reported that although Will Smith has publicly apologized, he still has not personally apologized to Chris. But source said Will did call Chris last year after the Oscars, but Chris didn't pick up, and they haven't spoken since. So the source continued saying Chris was open for a call until Will made his public apologies and then all those red table talk discussions. The source added Will's 2 public apologies were all about saving his own reputation. Will has not apologized to Chris in person, and Chris isn't expecting it.
So, and you've seen a whole bunch of pictures of them hanging out. They were, him with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith, and they smiles, so there was a time when it was all hunky dory with them.
Now, if Will did reach out to him, and I don't know if it's true or not, then then Chris should at some point hear what he has to say.
Right.
But it's his right to not.
Absolutely.
He doesn't want to. So, but whatever. In the big picture, I don't care. A source close to Will, by the way, told another news outlet that Will has tried unsuccessfully to make amends the best way that he could with Chris. The source added, but beyond that, family is important to him, and Smith leaned on them. It all has helped him to look inside and mature, and he is better but still remorseful. Will listened to those who tried to help him, and he feels that he has become a better person.
He's become a better person.
He's a better person.
So the
now.
Oscars are this Sunday night.
Yes.
And that is obviously going to be foremost in people's thoughts because it literally is, a year-plus anniversary of that event.
Yeah.
And so we'll see how they approach it. Now, there apparently is a ready-to-go strike team in case someone storms the
is
stage.
that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
the likelihood being almost non-existent.
Yeah.
But they have it there.
But they've learned that they need some kind of protocol in place.
What do you do?
Should one of the acting community decide to strangle another one or something?
What if Judi Dench storms the stage with a butcher knife?
Yeah, you got to be
You
ready.
don't know.
You got to be ready for these things. All right. Drew Barrymore revealed to the Los Angeles Times in a recent interview that her therapist, Barry Michaels, was so concerned about her drinking following her divorce from Will Koppelman that he stopped seeing her.
Well, when your therapist blows you off.
Yeah, the actress said...
I'm busy. I'm playing pickleball.
That's not a good therapist.
Yeah.
The actress said, he just said, I can't do this anymore. And she said, it was really about my drinking. I said, I get it.
Well, why don't you drink?
I've never respected you more. You see that I'm not getting better, and I hope one day that I can earn your trust back.
Well, it worked, I guess, right?
I guess so, because, at some point, if you've done all that you possibly can and that person is not giving any in return, maybe at some point you have to say, you need to talk to someone else, because
Right.
I'm not...
Something that shocks you into taking action, or look for a therapist that drinks.
That
Yeah.
too. Somebody you can buddy around with and throw a few back.
It's all your mother.
One
And
of
in this
Barry-
case, it was.
One of Barrymore's close friends, Cameron Diaz, told the outlet that it was difficult to watch Barrymore go through this tough period. She said, but I knew that if we all stuck with her and give her the support she needed, then she would find her way. I have absolute faith in her. You can't even comprehend how hard it was to be her as a child.
Oh, yeah.
And then she shot out of the other end with the ability to save herself. Oh, yeah. The ET star said that she stopped drinking after filming the first episode of the Drew Barrymore show in 2019.
How about that?
And said, I think the opportunity at a show like this really hit me. She said, I was like, I can't handle this unless I'm really in a clear place.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. So it was her most recent marriage or most recent divorce.
Koppelman, was the last husband.
Okay.
Yeah, so I thought she had been sober longer.
Yeah, me too.
She'd slid back. So that's the whole all the stress of that divorce apparently threw her into a downward spiral. She pulled out of it. She seems like you can't tell, but she seems like a legitimately sweet person, doesn't she?
Yeah, I think so. Paris Hilton opened up about her 2003 sex tape in an excerpt from her new book, which is titled Paris, the Memoir. And it was published by the Times of London. The Simple Life star claims that her ex, Rick Solomon, told her if she didn't do the sex tape that he could easily find someone who would. She said, I don't remember that much about the night that he wanted me to make a videotape while we made love. He had often said it was something that he did with other women, but I felt weird and uncomfortable about it. And I always told him, I can't, it's too embarrassing. Despite declining, she said Solomon continued to pressure her. He kept pushing. I kept making excuses. She said he told me that if I wouldn't do it, he would easily find someone else who would.
Yeah.
And she added that he eventually caved, leaning on substances to get through it. She said, I had to drink myself silly. And she said Quaaludes helped. But I did it, and I have to own that. And I knew that he wanted, and I knew what he wanted, and I went with it. So she owns up to it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, go ahead.
He
Even
was
though
such
she
a
was
douche
pressured.
in that
Oh, yeah.
video.
He's a complete
like-
douche. We used to have
yeah.
the audio of him going, check it out. He's the one who introduces when they marketed the sex video. It's him going, hey, it was one night in Paris, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
So, yeah.
He's such a
check it out.
toolbag.
He's
And
a gambler and a rambler and a sweet talk. No, he is a gambler, a professional, I guess.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And he was also briefly with Pamela Anderson for a while, right?
Yeah. And also, like in the Kim sex tape, like Ray J, total tool bag.
Yeah.
You know, like I'll tell you what, guys. You're not the star of the show.
Right.
I don't care how big it is or whatever. You're not the star of the show. Shut up and just, you know what I mean? Like,
Be humble
just-
about your
oh
sex
my
tape.
God. Yeah, Ray J, he's chewing his gum. He's popping his gum.
There's a little bit of decorum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's D-bags like that are able to convince people to,
Yes.
do this. Come on.
Do this with everybody.
That's the type of attitude that they take, and they're
Check it
douchebags.
out.
Yeah.
Just 3 months after he was critically injured in a snowplow accident, Jeremy Renner's Renovations is set to premiere on Disney Plus, and the 4-part original series will debut on April 12th, and they have released a trailer for it.
It's stunning to see him tooling around now. Like he was in L.A. He traveled.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nick, can you do a quick check? I thought I saw him posting. He's very active on his own social media, and I think he was out and about.
Oh,
So this trailer was done before the accident.
Right, yeah.
Right. But we do have audio. There's somebody interviewed him, I guess, at the Walk of Fame or whatever, and this is what he had to say.
Wow.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound too good.
No.
So in the series, Renner and his team of expert builders use their skills to reimagine decommissioned vehicles and rebuild them into mind-blowing creations that serve communities around the world. He
I
said,
love this.
I've been on this journey for many years. I started in my community by building vehicles for people in need, but a few years ago, I thought, how can I plus this up and create a bigger impact on a whole community? And that's what this show does. This is one of my biggest passions, and it's driving force in my recovery, and I can't wait for the world to see it.
I love crap like this.
He'll do stuff like taking a tour bus and turning it into a mobile music studio, a delivery truck into a mobile water treatment facility, a shuttle bus into a mobile recreation center, and a city bus into a mobile dance studio.
There's a show that I've gotten addicted to, Preston, where they take RVs and they restore them or they build them from scratch, but they do all this stuff, and what they can do is astonishing.
Along the way, he teams up with Anthony Mackie, Vanessa Hudgens, Anil Kapoor, and singer and songwriter Sebastian Yatra, I think is how you say that, from Encanto, who all share Renner's enthusiasm and join him to deliver the finished product.
Does he do anything with Josh Groban, Preston?
Not that I've seen, but I wouldn't doubt it because...
Can't believe that's still going.
I love that that's still going.
I haven't seen anything recent, Steve, on his Instagram.
All right, it might have been something that predated.
Yeah, the last post that he had on his recovery was about 6 weeks ago, and it was one that I think we've all seen where he's getting some exercise in the bed.
All right.
So yeah, I mean he's got a long road.
It's amazing though that he survived that. I mean, how many tons was that friggin' thing that was parked on half of his chest?
Yeah, and it's a long road.
It's a long road.
Yeah.
Do me a favor and back this snowplow up my chest
Please.
and play me some Josh Groban.
What was the REO Speedwagon thing we were hitting for a while?
Roll with the changes.
Yeah,
Roll with the changes.
Roll with the changes.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that.
All right, so tell me if you enjoy this. In what is being billed as, quote, the mother of all game shows, Nick Cannon is set to pick from a slate of contestants who want to have his next baby
Come on.
terrible.
Come on.
in a game show hosted by Kevin Hart.
Now, I have heard
It's
this
fake?
is fake.
Okay.
Well, that they're behind it.
So the 42-year-old father of 12 took to Instagram on Tuesday to tease the trailer dubbed Who's Having My Baby with Nick Cannon.
No, you know what? In the day and age we're in right now, why wouldn't you believe it?
It says it is set to air this spring on E!
Yeah.
In the video, Cannon takes his place in the hot seat with a wide smile while Hart tells him, you're going to get some contestants that want to have your baby. Now, it's unclear if the contestants were selected at random or if Cannon has or currently is dating these women. In any event, several women appear in the teaser clip in which Cannon also jokes about his selection process when he says, eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's a funny gag.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. So the announcement comes just weeks after Cannon told E.T., quote, God decides when we're done having babies.
Straight up, bro.
After he was asked if he was done having children. He also said, I definitely got my hands full, and I'm so focused, I'm locked in. But when I'm 85, you never know, I might have more.
So he's at 12 kids now, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
When it comes to spending time with his children, Cannon said it's not so much about time management, but rather about making sure that the energy is right. He said everybody thinks that it's time management, it's energy management. Once we're all aligned, the flow is a lot easier if there's any kind of low frequencies or dissension in there. That's what messes up the scheduling. As long as we're all on the same page and we all got the same goal to be the best parents we could possibly be, that works. And the scheduling is the scheduling.
The hell are you talking about?
I mean, Steve, listen, my buddy was the youngest of 14.
Yeah.
I mean, his oldest sibling was essentially another parent, and his niece was the same age as him.
My wife is the youngest of 9.
Yeah.
You know, so there's a whole support staff ahead of her.
All right, so we'll see if this is a full-on gag or not. It's got to be, though. Eddie Izzard. We've had Eddie Izzard here
He's
in our
great.
studio before. Do you say Izzard or Izzard?
I say Izzard.
I say Izzard as well.
But I'm
not
probably
sure.
saying it wrong.
I believe he changed his pronouns. But,
So, that's what this story is about.
Yeah.
But he's also being open if you want to call him or her, whatever you like. And he's embracing a new name. One, the British comedian said she's wanted since childhood. The comedian opened up about how she identifies her pronouns and her new name. And said, there's another name that I'm going to add in as well, which is Susie, which I've wanted to be since I was 10 years old. Izzard came out as transgender in 1985, so it's been a long time. So Izzard said, I'm going to be Susie Eddie Izzard. That's how I'm going to roll so people can choose what they want. So
All right.
if you want to call Eddie Eddie or if you want to call Susie Susie, you can do that. The comedian said that she'll keep her public name as Eddie Izzard, which she decided to maintain for the recognition. Izzard said she started thinking about other names.
Is it Susie or Susie?
Susie.
Okay.
After proclaiming that she uses she and her pronouns in 2020. And it's interesting. So when the interviewer asked in the podcast whether people second guess themselves when it comes to the comedian's pronouns, Izzard quipped, I make mistakes with my own pronouns.
There you go.
So the Ocean's 12 actor said she was thinking of changing her pronouns until she received an honorary degree at Swansea University in July 2019. She recalled the ceremony when a chancellor referred to Izzard with she and her pronouns and listed her accomplishments. And Eddie, or Susie, said, I was just sitting there having she and her pronouns in a speech about me hitting me. And I told the chancellor this after it hit some positivity on me, and I just felt amazing. And I said, thank you for that. And so I wrote a statement. I prefer she, her. I don't mind he, him. No one can make a mistake, she added. So that's pretty cool outlook there. Also, we have Ted Lasso news. Jason Sudeikis spoke at Deadline about the fate of Ted Lasso, revealing that the third season will probably be the show's final one, and said this is the end of the story that we wanted to tell, that we were hoping to tell, that we loved to tell. The fact that folks will want more and are curious beyond more than what they don't even know yet, that being season 3, it's flattering. And he said maybe by May 31st, once all 12 episodes, which I was happy to hear there's 12 of the season.
That'll make it the longest season so far, right?
12 episodes, of the seasons have been released, that they're like, man, you know what? We get it. We're fine. We don't need any more. We got it. But until that time comes, I appreciate the curiosity beyond what we've come up with so far. Yeah, they've done 10 in the past.
Well, this season there's a very obvious battle that will take place between it's sort of in the student has become the master now.
Yep.
And we'll see how it goes.
Yep. So I'm excited for that. And I want to thank Marissa Magnata. She did something very, very cool for me. She went, remember I had mentioned the other day that there was that limited ice cream.
Oh.
Biscuits with the boss.
Did you get it?
She bought me a pint.
Where?
too.
She got you too?
Yeah.
You got to love that,
Yeah.
Marissa.
And it was yummer.
Oh, see, I'm saving it for the 15th.
I couldn't.
Yummer.
Uh-huh. So here's the deal.
Yummer.
I hid it in our garage freezer. And one of my children found it, and they were like, "Can I have some?" I was like, "You mother." Yes, you can have a little bit. Like,
Did you
4
hide yours,
spoonfuls.
Nick?
I didn't get one.
Hang on a second.
Even
Did you hide
though
yours?
I like the show and I like ice cream, but that's okay.
I didn't hide mine either because I didn't get one.
You guys, poor
all right.
babies.
Okay.
I don't
It's a
care.
shame.
That's why I didn't do it publicly. It was, first off, it was $12 a pint.
Wow.
Oh, well, we understand. And if you're going to
and-
spend money, spend it on the people you like.
Yeah,
Steve,
that you love.
I bought
Excellent.
the last 3.
Okay.
Because
That
I
still
went to
leaves
the
one of
store.
us as
That's
enough.
a good story.
Yeah, well, I kept one for myself. Well, actually,
Yeah.
No, you have to be very
my boyfriend.
selfless.
Casey and I were the original Ted Lasso watchers here. So
That's what I
think
was
there you
thinking.
go. Yeah.
I mean, do you guys have Ted Lasso signs in your background? Because I do.
I do.
Yeah, I guess that's all
carry
valid
around
if you're delusional.
I carry around a Ted Lasso sign in my backpack every day. I do.
on your
Dressed as
laptop.
Ted Lasso
and-
today.
I like it just as much as
I'm
you guys.
sorry, Nick. Your
I might
lifelong
even
commitment
like-
to the show isn't enough.
I might like ice cream more than you guys.
No, I think me and Preston were the
Shut
first
your mouth.
2 members of the show to watch it. So
Actually, that's not even true.
It's 1,000% true.
No,
It's actually not true.
it's not true. I watched
yeah,
it before
I'm
you
not
guys,
going to
but
get into it with them.
Not true.
Hey, Steve and Nick, do you guys want to have a Ted Lasso watching party at my house?
yeah,
We're going
That'll
to be
be
at
lame.
Kathy's house.
maybe buy
I'll
some
bake
ice
the
cream.
biscuits.
Yeah. And I'll make the
Oh,
ice cream.
Kathy's going to make the biscuits.
Oh, Oh, joy. Well, that just be scrumptious.
You watch. It'll be the best biscuits ever for a Ted Lasso ice cream man.
You guys don't know. That's actually the one thing I can make. So there.
Yeah, you ask anybody in Kathy's neighborhood, they say, what can Kathy do the best? And they'll say, make biscuits.
All right, guys, I'm over here starting a GoFundMe to raise some more money to buy more pints of ice cream. And then I heard that they're going to deliver more to the stores before the season premiere next
Well, it's going to be obvious,
So-
right? I wonder if they're going to carry this in, well, depending on the popularity of the show, which is pretty popular, but do you think it's in supermarket popular, or is it more boutique-y?
Boutique-y.
Yeah.
I think so. So thank you to, Jenny's, if they're going to create some more.
Jenny.
Jenny.
There's something in the ice cream, Jenny.
I definitely want to, I'll get another pint if that is the case. So, but your thumbs up on the flavor?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Very much looking forward to it.
Yummer.
He turned Swedish. Oh, yeah. So let's see. We got to wrap up here in just a second. So HBO released a teaser for the 4th and final season of Barry on Tuesday.
Wow, so that's still going.
Bill Hader told Variety that he and co-creator Alec Berg realized that a very clear ending presented itself while they wrote season 4, causing them to go back and rewrite season 3. And the final season of the show is set to premiere on April 16th.
And I got to thank Marissa for getting me that special Barry ice cream because I'm the only person on the show that watches Barry as well. No?
What's the flavor of the berry ice cream?
Strawberry?
Strawberry. That's good.
I figured it would be some kind of blueberry or strawberry or blackberry. All right, why don't we move on to the clips now? Dating shows are getting a run for their money with the new dating show Farmer Wants a Wife. In this clip, star, is it Sika, S-I-C-A, or Sisha? I'm not
sure. I don't know.
Talks about what drew him to the show. Here we go.
Get pretty hard up where I'm from, eh? Like playing 100 to 1 odds trying to wheel a backpacker at the pub. That gets pretty old pretty quick. So you fellas wanting to bring 10 gorgeous Sheilas out to my place for a few weeks, I don't care how you chop it all together, mate. I'll lean against a few hay bales for that.
Farmer Wants a Wife premieres at 8 p.m. and that's on Fox.
I really want to kill him.
Do you see Mike Jarrett's post this morning on Instagram?
I saw it right now.
He said we're going to be on with him in a little bit, and he posted one for the show, Steve, and he's dressed in full, ridiculous cowboy gear. It's pretty hilarious.
So let me ask you,
it's kind of like what a 1950s country singer would wear,
look like
with the frills and all that stuff. Yeah.
So these farmers from around the world, or they? For some reason in the teaser, I thought they were domestic farmers.
I would assume they were, since that guy has that Australian accent there.
Oh no! Now it's much more exciting.
Next clip. Here we go. History does, in fact, repeat itself in History of the World Part 2. Here, writer Nick Kroll talks about his first meeting with Mel Brooks. Here we go.
I've had a meeting with Mel at his office, and he gave me a box of Raisinets, and it was like the most amazing thing I've ever experienced.
Yeah! That's fantastic.
I am looking forward to this. Initially, when they announced it, I was like, let's see how this is. But now you see the coming attractions, the people behind it. Really looking forward to it.
It's available now, right?
Is it now?
Yeah,
okay,
it's up on Hulu. Somebody messaged me and said they well, I don't want to give anything away. But did you guys know that Nick Kroll's dad is a billionaire?
Yes.
No, I did
heard
not
he's
know
very
that.
wealthy. I didn't know he's a billionaire, but I heard he was fabulously wealthy.
Yeah, it's like $1 billion.
It's like $1 billion. Any idea where the money comes from?
He made the ice cream for the TV show Barry.
Oh.
Well, I mean, listen, he went to Cornell, he went to Georgetown Law, he was part of Robert F. Kennedy's presidential campaign team.
Okay.
And then he went on to do other things, and I think he did maybe a hedge fund something, and sold that company for $2 billion.
Didn't know he was a billionaire.
He's a gardener.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's extreme ages.
All right, we do have a break to take. We're going to do that now because we've got some stuff coming up later on. We're going to go on Fox Good Day this morning. We have a secret text word, a chance for you to win Adam Sandler tickets coming to the Wells Fargo Center, and that show will be on Friday, April 14th. So text word secret 39333. We'll be back in just a moment on this fine Wednesday morning to share with you.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
How about all of that? So, yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher.
Yay!
It's been mentioned several times on the show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus. And there was no wrap-up music.
No.
He just kept sucking and clicking and doing that whole thing for a long time. So,
Is that him walking up?
Suction cups, yeah.
That's him walking up to the podium. It was awkward, but listen,
Yeah.
I mean, he was the star of the film. So.
It is a hell of a movie if you get a chance to see
I do.
it. Think of a Nomad Land, but with sea creatures.
They really should have put the octopus in the in memoriam section. I don't know why they didn't.
Did he die?
Well, he's an octopus. I mean, the movie came out like 2 years ago.
How long does your average octopus live?
I'll bet
The length of a documentary movie.
I'll bet they live longer than you think.
No,
And I'll
they
bet
don't.
who's
They
out.
live like a year.
I don't.
Really?
Yeah, watch the movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait,
you saw it too, Kathy?
Yeah,
I saw the
it's
movie,
great.
and I don't remember that shocking piece of
That's
news.
sad.
What?
Poor thing.
All right,
well,
I'm
maybe it
gonna
was a
check
thing.
it out.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5
All right,
years.
see, they're already getting longer lives.
See, he
One-
could still
1 year.
He could have accepted the award.
I wouldn't have wasted time with this dickhead then if I was an octopus. I got a little living to do, baby.
All right, Yolanda Hadid is in love with. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
In love with her daughter Gigi Hadid's daughter Kai.
So she loves her granddaughter?
She does.
Oh, my
Steve.
God.
I told
So
you.
who got the scoop on this
The
one?
news is big here this morning.
Wow.
Don't go to press yet.
Yeah.
I've got something.
She shared a tribute.
Yolanda Hadid, granddaughter.
Breaking news.
She,
Do you have a source that can confirm this? I'm not going with this unless you have corroboration.
well, they heard from an octopus that actually.
In a parking garage.
Yeah.
The octopus was in the shadows, but
I have it on good authority that Yolanda Hadid lives her granddaughter.
Oh my God.
would you go on record with that?
You are people who don't want this information out.
Oh my God.
He's scared, man.
I'm very scared.
And then he just walked away. That's my new favorite thing. The octopus walking away. In a cavernous room with lots of reverb so you can hear it.
I can see you're an octopus. Even in shadow.
He's got a trench coat on.
He doesn't even need a trench coat. He's got like this amazing camouflage.
Listen, he's running now. Oh, man. Yeah, Casey, he just blends in with the floor.
It's amazing.
A dove formerly owned by Prince has passed away.
Yeah. Well, you know, he was big into the doves when doves cry.
Of course. But I didn't know that he had, well, this particular dove was named Divinity.
Yeah.
Female white dove owned by Prince. She died on Tuesday following a recent decline in her health due to her age. She was 28 years old.
That is an exceptionally old dove.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a cat that lived to 22, and that seemed like an eternity for a pet lifespan.
Yes.
But listen, I know that some birds, like African grays and so on, can live for like 80 years.
Absolutely.
But I
They
didn't think
usually outlive their owners.
But I didn't think a dove had that kind of a shelf life, for lack of a better
I bathe
term.
in the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka. And
That must have been
what
what
I
did it.
attribute my longevity to.
Well, longevity for divinity.
Following Prince's death in 2016, Divinity remained at his Paisley Park and could be seen during the tours of his former estate.
Divinity conducted the tours.
According to the executive director of the Paisley Park tours, said Divinity's beautiful coo has welcomed visitors since Paisley Park first opened its gates to the public in October 2016. She was one of the enduring links to Prince for thousands of fans. She will be missed.
I would love to go to Paisley Park.
Me too.
I read there was a really fascinating article. Prince started writing an autobiography, and he hired a writer to help him write it. And so a year or so before he died, the writing process began, and the writer spent a lot of time in Paisley Park. And I've gained so much more of an appreciation for Prince after his death, which makes me feel guilty for some weird reason. But just everything that went into Paisley Park and his life is really amazing.
I was just watching a replay of yesterday of him at the Super Bowl when he did the halftime.
God.
It was awesome. awesome.
Yeah, and his version, along with Danny Harrison and Tom Petty of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps" from Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony years ago, is just unbelievably great.
The outside of Paisley Park looks like a
school or
you would not
like
you would
that.
have no idea.
What I haven't seen are pictures of the inside.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's like a modern Graceland. Like it's Prince through and through.
Our old boss has been to parties there, Jim McGuinn, because he's a program director in Minneapolis, and that's where it is.
That's cool.
So yeah, I would
Elevator inside and all the whole deal.
So in addition to Divinity, Prince also owned a dove named Majesty, which according to reports were quiet. Both of them were quiet in the immediate days following his death, but they perked up after hearing his music.
I don't want to talk.
And a new generation of doves will continue to live on.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. I'm gonna throw up.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds
When
like.
doves cry.
Yeah, they were upset about Prince's death.
I swear to God, I'm gonna throw up.
Oh my God! Hey, are doves the same things as pigeons?
No,
no,
they're
Not even
related.
close.
They are related.
Yeah, they're in the same bird family.
That's what I mean.
If you look at their license, there's a delineation.
Okay.
My dad and I used to go dove hunting regularly. We used to blast those things out of the sky.
Dude, I mean, come on.
We'd eat them.
I know, but still, it's like puppy hunting. You know? It's so nice and cute and peaceful.
They're different than the ones that you see. They're,
Okay.
they're the gray colored
They kill
ones.
families.
Okay.
Yes.
They are all tatted up.
He was doing service to the families of Kentucky.
They are literally the symbol for peace, however.
Yes.
I was completely eaten by a dove today. Anyone kill them for us.
Son, we got work to do.
We beat it to death with an olive branch.
I have a hair change story that
That's a cool sound effect.
After splitting from her fiance, Dale Moss, Bachelorette alum Claire Crawley is ready for love and a new pink hairdo.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I saw it.
Yeah?
I've not seen it.
It's not over the top.
It's not crazy hot
It's
pink.
light. She says she wanted to show that she could do something crazy.
Okay.
As we observed, everything she's done shows she can do something crazy.
Oh, you're right. It's a nice pink. It's like an ombre.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. She didn't go. I was thinking like shocking. Like Katy Perry when she had super pink hair. Anyway.
Getting the tattoo of Florida on her forehead.
Did you see that guy?
I did.
Yes. He's got a tattoo of the state right on his forehead.
Ridiculous.
All righty, buddy. Source tells us she sees her time spent with Dale as something of her past and is ready to move forward.
It helped me to learn about myself.
So she has pink hair now.
Okay, the ombre's good. I kind of prefer the Ganon, bro.
What's the Ganon?
Come on.
Come on, bro.
Keep going. Do it. Finish it.
I'm not finishing
Come on.
It's Ganon, bro. I like the up dog.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Here's the tattoo of the Florida, by the way.
That looks good.
Oh, man, what is going on?
I know. We have a monitor that's normally in front of us. It doesn't work, and I can't see the photos when they come up. But yes, that's just brilliant. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture drama went to Andra Day for The United States versus Billie Holiday. And overall best motion picture drama went to Nomadland. So there you go. That's our first foray into a very strange awards year.
It was. You know what was one of the weirder things, Preston? At certain points when they were going into a commercial and they had the nominees, they'd put the nominees up and they'd bring up their microphones so that they could sort of like talk and like. And there was, did you see Case? I don't know, because there was a point where Pacino was up for something and they were all, hi, Mr. Pacino, I'm a big fan of yours. And there's this cross talk that's not, no one was overseeing it. It was just like you were listening in on a Zoom call.
Wait, so the crosstalk was between the fellow nominees?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So they did that a couple times. If they ever do this again, they should not do that again.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right?
It's very weird.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is something supposed to be happening?
What was great, though, is when Soul won for best, I think it was best animated. Who do you call it? Tracy Morgan pronounced it as Saul, right? He goes, and the winner is, and he goes, Saul. And then there was no reaction because there was no movie called Saw.
Right.
And then he realized that he had made the mistake, and then they had cut to the it was for best original song. But either way, the actors, it was Sudeikis, it was the people that were up for the next award.
Right.
They were having a ball with it. They were cracking up. Don Cheadle was making fun of them, and it was really, really.
I think Pacino didn't realize that he was still on the Zoom call because he was standing in the doorway pleasuring himself.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh no, you
How
don't do
awkward
that.
is that?
It feels so good.
Right.
Well, I didn't see that clip, but I did see. I saw a clip.
I'm gonna shout!
Oh my God!
Splat.
All over my walls and when my children play with their toys. You were expecting something like that. There were a few people who clearly were not quite up to speed on the tech.
I'm gonna shoot over here.
That was good.
Oh man!
Right after that.
Yes. Sorry, Nick.
No. This is also comedic. He fell asleep.
What?
Did he?
Yeah.
Was he asleep on camera, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, don't you usually fall asleep right afterwards?
Everybody's sleepy, and you've expanded yourself. So the camera pans across his screen, and listen, his eyes are closed, and he looks like he might have not actually have been asleep, but he looked like he was sleepy.
That was so much fun pleasuring myself.
Oh no, the poor guy.
I don't feel so good.
That's hilarious.
Rub one out.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise, yard work, or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed.
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's now listen.
That's why 93 WMMR.
Thanks, Kat. By the way, before we get into the meat of this conversation, I do want to mention this, that we have the new and official Preston and Steve Cardboard Classic video available. And in all the years that we've done this, I think this is the best one I've ever seen.
And who put it together?
Kyle Mack did. Kyle did an amazing job, and I'll get the credit we need to give to everybody, because the drone footage is phenomenal in this thing. Yep. So it's like a 4.5 minute or 4 minute video, and you can check that out now at WMMR.com. And if you were there, maybe you'll see yourself or your creations. It's a great video for you to share. Or if you just want to get a taste of what it is like, if you've never been, or maybe you didn't go to Montage and want to see what that's all about, it's fantastic. It is awesome. So thank you to all those involved. But you can now watch that at WMMR.com. I did see a variety of stories that are intrinsic to our area. Oh. So it's time to walk the streets of Philadelphia.
Time to get with the meat behind the beat with premium Ted Lasso ice cream dripping on his feet.
Thank you for that. All right, this was sent to me by a few different people. There's a study, there's been a couple of studies that were done about this, but the deaths of 6 former Phillies players from brain cancer since 2003.
I saw this in the Inquirer, and I'm like, I would not have put 2 and 2 together. And then you read through the list, and you're like, yeah.
I've been hearing rumblings of this. I mean, it was just all like, people just sort of positing that, like, well, this is weird. There's 6 players and coaches that all perished from the same exact brain cancer.
Yeah, so this sparked some concerns over the playing surface and maybe radar guns at the team's former stadium, and now One doctor is calling for an investigation. Dr. Mark Siegel said it's a cluster. It needs to be examined. And this was, he said this on Wednesday. It's 4 days after former Phillies pitcher David West died from brain cancer. He was 57. So the other players that have died from brain cancer in the last 20 years included Ken Brett in 2003. Tug McGraw died in 2004. You had catcher Johnny Oates in 2004. John Vukovic in 2007. Vukovic, I'm sorry. And then Darren Dalton died in 2017. Specifically, the players died from an aggressive, frequently diagnosed form of brain cancer and spinal cancer known as glioblastoma.
Yeah.
And we've heard of that before.
Absolutely.
The Headstrong Foundation, is that what they...
No, he was a non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Then what was the brain cancer? You used to do a charity event case because you had someone in your family that was diagnosed with brain cancer.
Not brain cancer, but a brain tumor. So my sister-in-law had a brain tumor, but it was non-cancerous.
Okay.
We thought it was a meningioma, but it was not. It was something else that has a million letters in it.
Okay.
The thing about the Phillies, and I've heard these rumors as well for a while, Casey, and sort of people are trying to draw lines, and I'm glad that this study is finally going to be commissioned because and the other thing that I heard is sort of the argument against it was, well, none of the Eagles suffered from this. And, but part of the reason why is that, a few reasons. The Eagles only had 8 regular season home games, whereas the Phillies would have 81 plus spring training and playoffs. And the Phils played in the heat of the summer, and the Eagles were playing when it was colder, and therefore the sort of like the radiation of the turf wasn't nearly as effective.
Well, they also pointed out the ground crews. Nobody from that. There were a lot of people, and if you look at the numbers, it says here that 4.4 people die from brain and other nervous system cancers out of every 100,000 Americans, according to the data. There were roughly 175,000 Americans living with brain cancer and other nervous system cancers in 2019, according to the NCI.
So you take the amount of players in total who played on that field over the time, and would that match just a general population comparison?
I think it's just a smidge more. It's like 2 or 3 times more.
Right.
But there are other doctors who are saying, yes, it's weird, but then there are anomalies from time to time where it just chance this group of people, it happens.
Still, if there's, it's worth checking out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean,
but going back to baseball versus football, I mean, I know that they worry a lot about the concussions with the football players. What are they attributing it to? Are they connecting it to anything?
Well, there hasn't been enough study done. I mean, like some are saying the AstroTurf had a lot of chemicals in it, could be to blame. Casey, you were telling me that they found a lot of these, what they call forever chemicals in there.
Yep.
There's also some people are posing a hypothesis that maybe the radar guns, but then again, those are used at all stadiums, and you're not seeing clusters like that. So
there were a few stadiums that were designed around the same time and built around the same time as the Vet. Cincinnati had one, Three Rivers in Pittsburgh. I wonder if any of the players in any of those organizations suffered similar fates.
Yeah,
so
I don't know.
as they're saying, and as the article says, it's worth checking out these and following through on these questions, Nick, and seeing how things are in relationship to other stadiums that might have had similar issues. And again, it's not like it's not staggering, but it's enough to make you go, well, maybe we should look at it.
So the providing a direct cancer link can be difficult, according to Timothy R. Rebeck, a cancer epidemiologist at Harvard and the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, who reviewed some of the Phillies cases in 2017. He said there's almost never an explanation for them. He said it's either just random chance, bad luck, or there's something there, but we just don't have the science to pick it out yet. Other players who have died from glioblastoma but did not play for the Phils include Gary Carter, Bobby Mercer, Dan Quisenberry, and former infielder and manager Dick Hauser. And they all died, either in their 40s or 50s.
Gary Carter died?
Yeah. He was 57 years old. Yeah.
All way too young.
Yeah.
I just had a relative this week diagnosed with brain cancer, and it's terrifying. You mean those 2 words, and it's stage 4, and it's not looking good. And the only upside to it, or an upside to it, is that the advances that have been made in medical science over the last 15 to 20 years are astounding.
Yes.
And so she's getting excellent care at Duke in North Carolina, which is not only one of the best in the country, it's one of the best in the world. So it's just, you hear the words brain cancer, it's terrifying.
Yeah. So This has been bandied about before, but now they're going to take a closer look at it. I would hope.
Whatever spurred it on, I was seeing it in all over the place, even like the Daily Mail. So it's like it's something that is getting a lot of traction. So again, there's nothing to be lost by investing the time to check up on it.
Yeah, we're looking at a picture of the vet when it was set up for the Phils. It must have been playing like concrete on that.
Oh, God. And baseball's not as bad, but like football was really, really bad. But what I do remember about that stadium, Press, is whenever I walked in there, I was always mesmerized with how green and vibrant everything was in there, because when you're watching it on TV, especially in the 80s, like your
TV set was not up to snuff.
Not up to snuff, but like you would walk in there and it was like, oh my God, this is real life. This is amazing.
It was just such an awful baseball park. I mean, people like to be nostalgic about things that are gone, and I don't miss the vet one iota. You'd go there in the summertime, and it would be like 147 degrees on the turf, and I'm not exaggerating. Like, that's how hot it would get for the players on the turf. And sitting in that stadium, there was no wind. It was just this concrete bowl of heat.
You remember the song used to be, "Let me stay home and watch."
In case you mentioned the colors, are Billy Crystal, who was just a massive Yankees fan, remembers when he first went to Yankee Stadium, because at that time television was all black and white, and so they walk into the place and he was like, oh my God. He just couldn't believe the colors that he was seeing.
Thing I've ever seen.
He tells that story in City Slickers.
Yeah.
That his dad walks
you're
him
right.
out. Yeah, and it was the first time he'd seen it in color.
Yep. Well, speaking of ballparks, I do have another story from the City Beat that does involve the Phils, and it's a positive story. Less than a month remains before they start the 2023 season, and Citizens Bank Park's brand new and much larger scoreboard, towering above left field, will be debuted, and they're almost done with it.
Wow.
I mean,
it's new already, isn't it?
Well,
they already replaced it one time.
Reading about this, though, Casey,
it's the size of Delaware.
This new one, so you knew how big that screen already was. This one is 77% larger.
77%
than the other one.
Larger.
That's huge.
When we were at Camp Out, there were cranes taking the old one out and getting ready to put this new one in.
That was wild to watch that.
It was.
Yeah.
So this is the first upgrade, Casey, since 2011.
Have you seen the remote for that thing? Oh my! The size of an RV.
You'd think they'd be able to scale that down.
Yeah, you would think so. But they do everything to scale.
The park opened in 20...
and there's this gigantic 9-story recliner.
The park opened in 2004, and then they upgraded it in 2011.
Okay.
And it has been in the National League. It has been let me see. The old one had been the National League's largest at the time of its installation. The new scoreboard will be among the biggest in baseball.
They're great. The only problem I have with those giant scoreboards is sometimes when you're there live, you end up watching the action on, not in baseball as much, but like basketball and football, I have to like...
It does help, though, right?
It does, but like, why am I even in the stadium if I'm just going to watch it on the TV? You know?
You have to remind yourself to look at the actual action.
You know what, Kathy, that ends up happening at concerts as well.
Yeah.
You know, unless your seats are super duper wonderful, you usually end up watching it on television.
You know what's cool, though, Steve, is in football, like when you see a player who is, running towards the end zone and they don't know who's behind them, you see them look up
to see.
Oh, no way. Yeah.
It happens a lot.
I'll bet. That makes total sense. So in January, the Phils shared a video showing the installation of some of the steel support structures was underway on the project. The new scoreboard will weigh 116,298 pounds.
Okay.
It'll be supported by 190 tons of structural steel.
That better be super reinforced.
It measures 152 feet wide by 86 feet tall, up from 97 feet wide by 76 feet tall originally. So it's going to be much, much wider.
So you're saying that people at the airport will be able to see the score?
Yeah, to put that into perspective, the team said that the scoreboard could display 516 life-sized Philly Fanatics simultaneously if they wanted to.
Let me ask you, Casey, to your point.
Yeah.
So if players do look up, what if you developed a software, and you know that they're doing this, that could eliminate they wouldn't see people right on their ass,
Right.
So in other words, for your home team, and then therefore, you know what I'm saying?
I do. That's cheating.
But it's intent
Not
to
really.
cheat. Yeah.
Not really.
Especially if it's your TV.
By the way, with a 16:9 aspect ratio and nearly 11.6 million pixels, fans will see richer colors and sharper clarity on the new 4K scoreboard thanks to its 10 millimeter pixel spacing. The team had said the scoreboard display will also have better viewing angles and look better from a short distance.
Do you know
Because sometimes you get too close to those, it breaks up.
So to calibrate, there are people who calibrate regular residential TVs.
Mm-hmm.
To calibrate a screen that size is such an elaborate process
Mm-hmm.
because obviously, you're not sitting 4 feet in front of it. It's meant to go out for the whole stadium. It's just an arduous task.
Yep. So we will be at a smaller venue on St. Patrick's Day. We are headed to Clearwater for the Phil's spring training.
Smaller stadium. They don't have a scoreboard. They just have a phone on a stick.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it gets the job done for there.
So, Steve, you're the one who knows about all this tech stuff. And I just found it, OLED?
Yes.
I had no idea that was like a powder.
Yeah.
That's a powder that just reacts to whatever electrical current.
So you got OLED delivers you the deepest blacks, like the little not nodes or whatever it's pretty amazing.
And it uses a powder?
Yeah, so your screen is essentially the OLED is a powder. And dude, I don't. And that's the rest is above my pay grade.
Right. It's used in it to create that. And I don't know how since the time I got my OLEDs till now, I know they've advanced the OLED technology. So maybe there's an element that I'm unaware of. But the OLEDs traditionally deliver the deepest blacks. If the set goes to something black, like Preston in Stranger Things, where you would think the set was off.
Okay.
That's how sharp. You get that contrast. That's pretty amazing.
Wow.
I don't know if they're going to have OLED quality on this scoreboard, but they might.
It's 4K, so that's all that I know.
That's more than 3K.
That's a notch up from 3K.
One more.
There is something out of the Lehigh Valley that I saw. It's a little outside of the Philly city beat, but
if you take a nice brisk walk,
this might affect you. A ransomware gang has posted photos of Lehigh Valley Health Network cancer patients on the dark web after the health network refused to pay a ransom last month following a cyber attack.
Okay.
Yeah. ALPHV, which is something Lehigh Valley Hospital, or I don't know what it stands for. Anyhow, I'm sorry. ALPHV is the one that's holding stuff for ransom.
So they're not a hospital at all.
LVHN is Lehigh Valley Hospital.
Okay, that's A-OK.
All right, so ALPHVN is not A-OK.
Okay.
They're also known as Black Cat. They're associated with Russia, known for similar cyber attacks in academia and healthcare sectors. The group posted a message Saturday night saying that it had stolen patients' data, including nude photos, passports, and questionnaires, and was ready to publish it.
So I assume when they're talking about nude, are they stealing from the hospital or are they stealing from private accounts? Because hospital, it was my understanding, you're dealing with patient photos, right? Of someone.
That's what they have, yeah. So, but they also have personal information.
Which can be an issue, yeah.
So the stolen information includes 3 screenshots, which are clinically appropriate photographs of cancer patients receiving radiation oncology treatments.
Imagine the level of scum.
Oh, my God.
The level of scum you have to be. These are people going through one of the most desperate times in their lives.
Yes.
And you're trying to exploit this.
You're exploiting people because the hospital isn't meeting your demands. These poor people have nothing to do with anything.
Right, exactly. But they're using them as pawns, obviously.
Leverage, yeah.
So yes, they are. The photos were taken at the Delta Medics. As well as they have 7 documents containing patients' information. So they've released like a little bit of stuff saying, we have a lot, here's a little bit, and we're serious about this if you don't pay us.
So, Casey, you had information of yours end up on the dark web, did you not?
Yeah, I did.
All right.
Well, yeah, my social security number's there.
Okay.
So I'll just tell everybody what my number is.
Yeah.
When was that?
So
that was a while ago. You don't remember that, Kathy? Casey had brought it up on air, and you had to go through an elaborate.
I was telling David Faustino when we had him in studio.
No, you mentioned it yesterday.
I did mention it yesterday.
Yeah. So ALPHV, this group that's holding them hostage, posted a message that said, our blog is followed by a lot of world media. The case will be widely publicized and will cause significant damage to your business. Your time is running out. We are ready to unleash our full power on you. So the hospital released a statement last month on the ransomware attack saying that it involved information and patients' images for radiation oncology treatment from a single physician practice in Lackawanna County. They had found unauthorized activity on its IT system on February 6th and notified law enforcement. Black Cat has demanded a ransom as high as $1.5 million in the past. The hospital is still investigating and said that it's in the process of identifying information involved in the incident.
I wonder, what happens is that you pay, when it's paid, you encourage them to do more. And this is people's private data.
Yeah.
So you're between a rock and a hard place, but is there a point at which you can take a stand and say no?
Yeah. I don't know. It's a good question. My kids' high school had this happen to them a couple of years ago.
And were they locked out and everything?
Yeah, it was. I forgot how they resolved that whole thing, but it was for a while. It was really dicey. My neighbor is in the IT world. He's had it happen to him before.
Yeah,
where they literally
lock you out of your own. Yeah,
they'll say, if you don't pay this, we're going to do this. We're going to release your information, or we're going to destroy your information, or something along those lines.
If you're a major business and you can't gain access to your own data,
and sometimes they won't shoot for the moon as far as the money goes. They'll make it kind of affordable, because then there's a more likelihood that the people might just go, you know what, we'll just pay it.
Just pay it. Yeah.
And so it's messed up.
We had to pay to unlock Kathy's full activities.
Yes.
Remember that?
Well, we're
Russian hackers.
We are going to defend that staunchly.
We don't need global
Forever.
terrorists going to Floral and Hardy when we should be going there.
Yeah. All right, I have another.
By the way, I'm working on some new stuff for fall activities. I know it's so early, but I'm so excited.
Are you so excited?
A little different, a little twist to it.
Oh, there's a sex component.
No, there's not. Steve.
Oh, there's not? I'm sorry.
Who you're talking to?
It's a swingers approach to fall activity.
All right, listen, there's another scam in the city beat, and I want to get this in before we have to take a break for Fox Good Day. But Steve sent this over to me. A local YouTube star who built a sizable following with slickly produced videos that were showing off his luxury and sports cars and diamond-encrusted stuff in his big Swedesboro home, is going to have to give up nearly all of it after he was sentenced Tuesday to 5.5 years in prison for the illegal business that allowed him to amass those trappings of success. A guy named Bill Omar Carrasquillo, I think is how or Carrasquillo, I'm not sure how you pronounce his last name. Better known by his more than 800,000 online followers as Omi in a Hellcat. That was the name of his page.
That used to be your radio name.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kenny Knight in a Hellcat.
So he had a cable TV piracy scheme, and it is one of the most successful ones ever prosecuted by the U.S. government. He was ordered to forfeit more than $30 million in assets, including nearly $6 million in cash, cars including Lamborghinis, Porsches, Bentleys, and McLarens, and a portfolio of more than a dozen properties that he had amassed across Philadelphia and the suburbs. So this guy was essentially, he was selling cable TV for
a discount
for $15.
Right.
So what he was doing.
He was a repeater, a pirater who would then pass the savings on to you.
Yep.
Wait, so, okay, but what was his, why was he famous on YouTube? For this stuff?
No, I think it was just showing off his
Lavish life.
wealth.
Yeah.
And people latched on to that. So that came after he started making all this money from this. So he apologized to his family, his employees, and the cable companies that he cheated through the business, which illegally sold content hijacked from cable boxes to thousands of online subscribers paying fees as low as $15 a month.
Now, Preston, he provides my phone service, and I'm getting a great deal.
Well, I'm sure you're getting a great deal. He said, I really don't know the significance of this crime until I was picked up by the FBI at my home. He said, I feel like I let everybody down. He was from North Philly, and he had a tough upbringing. So he was raised as listen to this, one of 38 children.
God.
His mother was deported and died of an overdose when he was still a child. His father dealt drugs, trained him at age 12 to cook crack cocaine. He lived between relatives' homes and foster care, including a stint with one caretaker who intentionally had him committed to a mental health facility for access to prescription narcotics he could sell later on the streets.
Oh, my God.
He spent much of his teenage years and early 20s in and out of prison for drug and other offenses.
Yeah, it's certainly a tough life.
Oh, it's terrible. But his attorney told the judge once he swore off that life that he, without high school diploma or little financial support, was able to build a multi-million-dollar business based on what at the time was considered cutting-edge technology in the entertainment field. It was illegal. The company launched in 2016 and known at various points by names like Gears TV and Gears Reloaded, was a leader among the so-called illicit IPTV service, a $1 billion a year industry in the United States. It provided its subscribers hundreds of on-demand movies and television shows, as well as access to dozens of live cable channels and pay-per-view events at cut-rate pricing, all stolen from services like Comcast, Verizon, Fios, and DirecTV.
And those guys don't have any lawyers.
Yeah. He had more than 100,000 subscribers and more than $35 million in revenue. So they busted him, dude.
I wonder if he had made a left turn at some point.
Yeah.
If he could have just gone legitimate.
And parlayed that into a real thing.
Because he built this YouTube channel that was successful.
Yeah.
Did he have to continue the illegal
His
shit?
original plan was to create a huge disc that would block out the sun and sell sunlight to people.
God.
But
What an a-hole.
while the guy definitely deserves to go to jail, people led him astray all the way down the line, showed him that crime is how you get ahead. But, he's going to have to face that. All right, that's it for the City Beat, friends. We got to wrap it up right now and move on because we do have to go on Fox Good Day this morning. So stay with us. We'll do that. And we'll also tell you can win some Adam Sandler tickets. Well, I'll tell you now. It's a secret text word. Text word secret 39333. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
Get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention this.
Okay.
Go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookle's
or a
good,
snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snookling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Going
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Surfing USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookel is, if I may suggest.
Have a snookel.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Snookel USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear.
Feel of a snorkel at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good questions.
Whatever,
because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what you brought.
They provided.
They provided it for
Do you
me,
remember what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat.
It was called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snorkel, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snorkel
Right, a
is?
snorkel is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have snuba.
Snuba.
Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently snorkel is legit as well.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like snuba.
It does.
So what
hose,
what
right?
they do is, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified or to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snorkel.
Yeah.
Zombie raccoons That's my thing.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl, or cat food for your stray cats, and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well, oh, well, oh, well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Lean back, way far. Ooh, hey. In the home of Oprah.
There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And there's no bed bugs.
Well, no, that's not true. There were on a chair.
Oh, was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Or yeah, it was sort of like a warm zone or something.
A warm zone.
They call those.
That's what I
There's
call my
not-
chairs at home. Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which I guess is not the case if it was just on the chair. I don't know.
Just on the chair. The rest of the place is apparently clean. Josie scoured our studio and nothing.
And I'm never coming back again.
You would have thought there was a radiation leak here.
Yeah. So I never told my wife that there was a bed bug.
She wouldn't have let you go to work.
No.
That was the first thing I told my wife, and I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm surprised that's all we have. They're ripping the entire building apart, walls that haven't been opened up in years.
Yeah.
I imagine at night there must be a big vermin hoedown when we leave. Because you walk around, there's these cavernous, like a wall will disappear.
Yeah.
There's a big opening now.
Yeah.
You walk down one hole, it's 11 degrees, and on the next hole, it's 1,400 degrees. It's a whole new environment. It's like you're on some spaceship that's just, morphing all the time, and that's what this is here.
Well, I'm just glad that they alerted us to it. Yeah. Because during some of the construction, apparently they were removing asbestos, and nobody ever told us.
Well, that's when that wall went up down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Because and I almost walked into that wall. That's how quickly it went up. I started to turn down to go down to what I thought was Chuck's office down the hall that used to exist.
Like Looney Tunes.
And there was a wall.
So my wife will, when we go check into a hotel, it's always the same situation. We open the door, we shut the door, we leave our bags right at the door while she goes and strips all the beds and looks through all the furniture for bed bugs. She's like definitely
She's fanatical. So before you guys even enter the room,
we have to leave our bags at the door. There's an inspection.
I really wanted to come in a hazmat suit or some sort of bubble, but I couldn't find anything.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going through our text chain, and I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. I'm not going to tell my wife. And then Kathy immediately goes from 0 to freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
Get the F out of here. I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Who the F has bed bugs? Holy F. No. Like 1,000 exclamation points. And then she says, do you know how hard it is to get rid of bed bugs? What's the company going to do about it? And when? And then Preston sends a GIF, of like a bed bug jug band.
Yeah, playing music. And then Kathy fires back, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
I think I said F you to anybody who's not taking this seriously.
And then I think Nick said, read Joe's email. And then Kathy says, F the email, F the bed bugs, and F whoever doesn't think this is a big deal. Where are we going to do our show tomorrow? Clearly, we can't go to the station, and we need an on-site location.
My house is
She was
clean.
ready.
My house is clean.
Yeah. She was ready to set up shop somewhere else.
100%. If you guys would have said, yeah, we have to do the show somewhere else, I would offer it up my house.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
So it was one bug down the hall, right?
Yes!
Okay, I'm just asking.
Could you see Casey coming home? Diane wants to check him, so she takes out the blue light. Doesn't find any bed bugs, just semen
Bathed in
stains.
semen, yeah.
All over my face.
We're good. The woman was saying that they have dogs that can do all sorts of that check for bugs that actually will.
Wait a minute. I thought you meant that bed bugs use dogs to travel around.
Mush, mush.
For a ride.
I thought you meant as piggybacking.
You've never seen the bed bug Iditarod?
No.
It's good. Yeah.
It must be majestic.
It's compelling.
Yeah, good dog, good dog. Good dog. Yeah. I love being out here in the open range. Yeah.
Let's see here. As Godzilla versus Kong, starring Millie Bobby Brown, performed much better than expected given the circumstances of COVID and so on, and the original movie King of the Monsters' lackluster box office performance. A threequel is expected with Adam Wingard set to direct again.
So he directed the most recent one,
I believe so, yeah.
Right.
So according to the Hollywood Reporter, the concept being floated is Son of Kong. Godzilla vs. Kong has crossed $400 million globally and is the top-grossing Hollywood-produced movie since the pandemic hit.
They're going to have to correct something now in both these, Son of Kong and Son of Godzilla. You gotta have a female Godzilla. Something. Mm-hmm. Who's he banging?
Yeah.
Where does this? Not unless they're asexual. They reproduce that way. I mean, there's only
it's Son of Kong,
right? But there's also Son of Godzilla.
Oh, is there Son of Godzilla?
Yes, I'm sure that's in the works as well.
So maybe he could reproduce asexually. I don't know. We don't know much about Godzilla. He's kind of a mystery, but definitely not Kong.
Well, Godzilla
Definitely
could.
not.
No, he's more. He's a simian.
He's a mammal.
Why do we assume that Kong is a man? Wouldn't
We
see
know it. He's all man.
Well, I don't know.
Wouldn't he be Queen Kong?
Yeah, he'd be Queen Kong.
Okay, fair point. But I didn't see any low-hanging fruit, so to speak.
Yeah, they left that out. In fact, can you on apes, or do they? I've never.
Is there junk external?
That's a good question.
Apparently, it's pretty small. I remember. We talked one point about animal genitalia.
Yeah, but even on Kong, it would be big enough.
You're right. But
it'd be the size of a
proportionally
VW, you know.
Yeah,
it'd be the size of me.
Be as tall as Steve.
I want to see King Dong. I want to see it.
There actually was a movie called King Dong.
Of course,
yes,
there was.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a rom-com. Like he's romancing this lady, and that's about how they have the baby together.
Oh, the next Kong
the
movie?
next one, yeah.
4 weddings and a King Kong.
That could be something like that. We'll have to see. An inspiring story.
Giant ape walked into her life.
All right. So anyhow, we will see if that comes to pass or not. But
how big his junk is, and whether there's a Mrs. Kong.
Son of Kong. We'll have to see.
What a goddamn day today. Sit down. I'll make you some dinner. I'm fighting these things that are apparently prehistoric, and yet I've never seen them, and I'm on an island. You'd think I would want to cross. I don't even know why they evolved that way. They're like snake things with. Give me a beer.
Yeah, just think about it tomorrow.
You want to do a little grab ass?
Yeah. Khloe Kardashian.
Let's take this upstairs.
Kong! What are you doing?
Just a little finger stuff.
Oh my God!
There's no little finger stuff in here.
Oh, it's bigger than my penis.
No, it's perfect.
A lot of gorillas are like that.
It's okay, baby. It happens. No, not to me. It's those dumb lizard things I met today.
You can't stop thinking about it.
It's distracting.
Forget about the lizard things. Come upstairs.
Let's have some oysters.
Okay. Should I move on to Khloe Kardashian now? Okay, thank you.
Same size.
I have the floor now.
Maybe that. There you go. King Kong marries Khloe Kardashian.
Today, it was, I guess, 25 years ago today or recently within the last week or so.
I think it's today. It's a magical day, or at least a magical time. You can sort of feel it in the air.
Yeah, you even look outside and the trees are swaying, I think, in honor of the fact that it is the 25th anniversary of the movie Twister.
Yeah. A legendary film.
Oh, my God.
Legendary, horrible film.
I remember looking forward to going and see. I took my mom. She was visiting in town, and I took her to go see the movie. And the big hook were the effects.
That's
it. At the time, the effects were kind of groundbreaking. The CGI depicting these tornadoes.
And they were amazing for the time. They did a great job.
Yeah. It was such a stupid movie.
The whole concept.
It was just piss poor.
Yeah. The rival storm chasers.
Yeah.
There's the corporate storm chasers and the more grassroots in it for the love of the storm. The whole background story on Linda Hunt's character, Helen Hunt's Joe Harding.
Not Linda.
Yeah.
Very, very different.
Yeah. So the Helen Hunt's story about her dad being sucked away in a twister while they were in the storm cellar, and she's always had this love-hate relationship with the storms. But it's horrible. But again, at that time, the effects-wise, you'd never seen anything like that.
No, effects-wise. So here's my vivid memory of this movie. Because if it was 25 years ago today, I was just getting done my junior year of college. I was a lifeguard, and I was at my boss, the guy who owned the company. I was at his house getting all the supplies ready to clean out pools. We did apartment pools. And he talked like this, like his voice was like this, right? And so it's me and my little brother, and we're power washing all this stuff in his driveway. And he goes, I saw Twister last night, and those tornadoes were real. And he said that those tornadoes.
It can be fun. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. All right, we'll see you later. All right, so that was interesting. I had to hold up the phone. Those who weren't
That's right, yeah.
watching, because Kathy is on FaceTime right now while she is at home.
By the way, good news that seems that lag has been corrected fully now, right?
A little bit better.
Yeah.
A little bit better. Let's take a look at traffic, see what's happening this morning. Kathy, what do you have for us?
It's a pretty busy morning. The accident on 422, that's been cleared, so good news there. You're still jammed 29 to Trooper, but the accident gone. In Upper Frederick, Route 73 closed at Perkiomenville because of an accident. In New Hope, Upper York Road closed between Comfort and River Road because of a downed tree. Schuylkill eastbound slowing from 202 into Belmont, the Boulevard to the Vine, and then westbound you're stopped from Passyunk to the Vine Expressway. That was because of an earlier accident that was on the Vine. Also westbound slowing from the Boulevard out to the Blue Route. 95 southbound heavy Cotman through to Bridge. On the Vine westbound you're slow the length. The Blue Route, we've got volume building northbound 95 to the Media Bypass southbound from Broomall to Baltimore Pike. 55 northbound heavy Deptford to 42. An accident on 42 south at between the Walt Whitman Bridge and Route 130. It is off to the right shoulder. 295 northbound slowing 541 to Columbus Road, and that is because of an accident that's blocking the right lane. If you're crossing the Ben Franklin Bridge westbound, you are jammed from the Toll Plaza to 5th Street. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Power up on poultry at Whole Foods Market. Organic, air-chilled, boneless, skinless chicken breast is just $7.99 per pound with Prime through March 14th while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Got junk, want it gone, got floors, want them clean. Well, you call J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Veteran-owned and operated. Started right here in southeastern Pennsylvania. Call 844-GET-JDOG or visit jdog.com. A man accused of firing a replica gun in a San Francisco synagogue considered the shooting an act of prayer for his neighbor's bird.
What?
According to new police testimony.
It's a very old Jewish tradition to discharge a firearm when you lose a bird.
I didn't know that.
Dmitry Mission, who faces 2 felony hate crime charges and 6 misdemeanors, made the strange statements to officers interrogating him after his arrest a couple of days later. He has pleaded not guilty. The revelation came up Monday in San Francisco's Superior Court hearing to determine whether there's enough evidence to proceed with
My
his prosecution.
sparrow had a heart attack.
The hearing adjourned without a decision. So he admitted, according to Sergeant Michael Zhang, he admitted to being at the synagogue. He told me that he was there, shot the gun, and he did it because it's a form of prayer, and he was there to pray for his friend's bird.
So not even his bird.
No.
That's a good friend.
The sergeant.
By the way, I want you to know I went over to the synagogue and discharged the gun, as per tradition.
The sergeant's testimony was one of several highlights in the first day of a preliminary hearing that brought cops, a rabbi, and Mission's mother to the witness stand.
That's like a joke.
It does, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I want my bird.
Your bird, sir?
I want my bird.
That's the rabbi.
According to Zhang, Mission made contradictory and at times nonsensical claims during their
You
interrogation.
mean after the initial nonsensical claim?
Well, I'll give you an example. Among the statements police say Mission made during the interrogation, he's related to Jewish people and harbors no anger against Jews. He converses with world dictators in North Korea and Japan, as well as members of the Soreños gangs. He lives on a submarine.
Oh, wow.
And the weapons found at his home were actually movie props.
What's his take on eating hot dogs at great depths?
I don't know. On the evening of February 1st, he had allegedly walked into Shearson's Center, a synagogue, and fired several blanks from a replica pistol, and then he waved goodbye and left the building.
Goodbye.
No one was injured, but the shooting, of course, rattled worshipers who waited until the next morning to tell police what happened. In the days after the shooting, it was reported that several social media pages that seemed to belong to Mission contained anti-Semitic propaganda and photos that appeared to show him in a World War II-era German uniform. Police records show that Mission has a long history of documented violence in his past, and he may have some mental health issues. An Illinois wife found the mummified corpse of her husband buried in a closet at their home 8 months after she reported him missing.
She found this, so she is not the culprit, they believe?
No, she definitely didn't do anything. Richard Medge was first reported missing April 27th, and police searched the home that he shared with his wife, Jennifer, at least twice to try to find him. Both times, cops reported smelling a sewer-like smell inside the house, but they described the house as a hoarder home. And it wasn't until December 11th, 8 months after Richard's disappearance, Jennifer stumbled upon his body while looking for Christmas decorations.
Why would you keep a dead body with your Christmas decorations?
Hanging in a rarely visited concealed storage area inside a closet in the bedroom. A coroner's release said that Richard had died by suicide and that his body had passed the stage of decomposition and become mummified by the time he was discovered. Mummified bodies don't give off odors, which may have helped Richard go undiscovered for so long. Jennifer had told police that Richard vanished on April 27th after he called her to say he was leaving work early. When she got home, she found his car parked out front and his keys and wallet in the house, but he was nowhere to be seen. And they reported, by the way, police began searching, and they reported a foul smell inside, but they decided he wasn't there. Sometime later, Jennifer called police to report that the odor remained, and police returned to search the home a second time, but turned up nothing.
And this was a hoarder house at the time.
Yeah,
So
and it was in a compartment inside a closet where he was.
So he killed himself in there?
Yeah.
Huh.
The plumber capped a plumber, by the way. So she had contacted a plumber about the smell who visited the house and said it smelled like sewer gas. So he capped one of the sewer pipes at the house, and she reported the odor subsided. She finally discovered Richard on December 11th after she found his body while looking for a bag of Christmas decorations. That is messed up, man.
Incredibly effed up.
Wow. All right, how about a tale of survival? A pair of teenage hikers managed to survive a massive snowstorm in Southern California by huddling together for warmth. Riley Ramirez and Cole White, both 17 years old, were dropped off near the Pacific Crest Trail for a hiking trip. They are both seasoned hikers. They went into their 10-day hike prepared with food, a tent, and snowshoes. The boys' parents last managed to contact them on February 28th, 5 days before they were rescued. Ramirez's father, Cesar Ramirez, was also tracking the boys through a phone app. He called the sheriff's department when he lost track of them. The police managed to find the boys on March 3rd by going to their last known location. The rescue team found them slightly hypothermic and huddled together for warmth.
Wow, they were able to communicate through Grindr, Preston.
They had spent 3 nights stranded on the mountain. Their tent was damaged, and Ramirez had lost his jacket. How do you lose your jacket? I don't know. The two were flown by helicopter to the sheriff's station. They were given food, water, and medical attention.
Sometimes when you're trying on different jackets.
I guess so.
You know, sometimes natural jackets that you find in the woods.
During the 5 days they were hiking, they encountered 4 to 5 feet of snow drifts, limiting visibility and making it difficult to stay on the trail. They expressed how severe the weather conditions were and believed that they would not have survived without assistance from the sheriff's department.
You know, people do the PCT all the time every year, Pacific Crest Trail, and they start in Mexico and end in Canada. But they have to wait until the snow stops in order to do a lot of the hikes through the Sierras. I can't believe these guys were doing this now, especially considering the winter that California's had.
Legendarily horrible winter. If you've ever hiked through snow, and I would do it all the time, It's a goddamn nightmare.
I've done it in the summer, and it's really difficult. You know, like, I can't imagine why these guys were out there right now.
Last story is a quick one. 4 Ferraris were stolen recently from a dealer service center on New York's Long Island, and they were 4 Ferraris stolen by 3 thieves.
How'd they do that?
And we don't know how that happened.
All right.
The police in Nassau County can't tell you how 3 people drove off with 4 cars. Did they bring a trailer, a tow truck, a car carrier? Well, details are sketchy. As of Saturday, 1 week after the accomplishment, the cops reported no arrest and did not indicate if they'd recovered any of the Italian sports models, except to say the gang took a total of 4 cars, a 2014 convertible, a 2016 coupe, and a pair of white Ferraris from 2018 and 2023, respectively.
I know how you do it.
Oh.
So you drive up, you get out, run back, start up the other car, drive ahead, run back, drive, and then it takes a while.
But you can get it done.
You can get it done.
Police were
especially it's not a high-speed pursuit.
They were unwilling to give more specific details about the models involved. Authorities did say the incident occurred at the Ferrari of Long Island Service Center in Plainville just before 4 a.m. last Saturday. Once inside, the trio allegedly stole assorted merchandise and numerous vehicle key fobs before fleeing the parking lot. So they managed to do it. And that is the last story in the Bizarre File for you this morning. So we have a movie screening coming up. It is on Tuesday, and it's the latest John Wick story.
So exciting.
Chapter 4. This is going to be Tuesday, March 14th, 7 p.m. at the UA King of Prussia. And we will take callers 20 and 21, and we will give you tickets to see this. The movie doesn't open until the 24th. It'll be in theaters and IMAX then. So 20 and 21, 215-263. WMMR is the number.
I'm scared.
Sorry about that. Call right now. Don't be scared.
I'm scared.
We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
It was me and him, my younger brother. Sorry, it was me and him, and so we will. I mean, even 25 years later, if the word tornado comes up in conversation, he and I will say those tornadoes were real.
What was that guy's name?
I don't want to say his name.
What's his first name?
What was his first name? Last name?
You just know his last name?
Joe.
Okay.
Let's go with Joe.
Hey, Joe, how were those tornadoes?
Those tornadoes were real.
I love that story so much.
Was he suggesting that they had incorporated? What was his point? Was that they were not created for the movie, that they were corralling tornadoes and using them in the film?
I think what he meant to say was those tornadoes looked real.
Okay.
But he said that they were real, and he had like a real affinity towards just weather. He loved weather.
He was a weather guy.
Yeah, he loved weather.
It was like Philip Seymour Hoffman in the movie.
Well, I mean, listen, he owned a pool supply and lifeguarding company, so weather was definitely.
What I really love is weather.
Yeah. Weather's important to that line of work. Absolutely.
Yeah. Those tornadoes are real.
Oh, my God.
I wonder if my
That's
brother's
great.
texting me.
It's almost kind of Don Nazi.
Yeah.
Wait, I just said Don Nazi.
Very different.
Don Nazi.
Citizens of Mayberry, I find nice and gloomy.
Oh my God, I didn't even mean to do that. Wow. Okay.
Bring Floyd in here. I have something for him to do. We got to talk about this Jewish thing.
All right. But you guys would be surprised how many people are texting in on how this is their favorite movie.
Yeah.
Or that it's their
I don't even get why we're
best
talking
movie.
about it.
It's the 25th anniversary.
We're
Because
talking
those
about it
tornadoes
because-
were real.
Who cares?
I mean, come on, Cap.
It was
real.
By the way, when Casey says that, he puts his hands by his sides.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like he pushes them into his sticks his elbows out and goes, "It was real.
Those tornadoes were real."
Primal Fear. Ed Norton has them as a very diabolical character, right? I remember he's completely psychopathic.
A good twist.
It's a twist. Yeah.
It's a twister.
It was real. Those tornadoes were real.
Dude. I can't believe we just met this guy.
I
just
can't
now.
believe I never took.
You've never brought it
I
up.
love that.
Dude, that guy, man. He lived in this beautiful, huge home. I'm like, how the hell, like looking back on it, I'm like, how the hell did you just own a pool company? You know what I mean? Anyway.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, well, good on him.
My family money is real.
I want to get movie reviews from that guy.
Yes.
Other movies.
Other movies from Joe.
Yeah.
I love it. After grieving her husband Prince Philip's death, Queen Elizabeth is back to her royal duties. On Tuesday, she made her first official appearance following Philip's funeral. And she was seen... Oh, grinning. I thought it said grinding.
I thought it said gurning.
She's gurning.
No, what's this?
I'm sucking my chin into my mouth.
Wait, do we have the bell? It's the gurning.
Her Royal Majesty will now suck her chin into her mouth as part of the royal gurning. Her Royal Majesty will contort her face by sucking her chin up into her mouth.
If you're not familiar with gurning, it's when people like take their false teeth out and suck their lips into their mouth.
If you know what bitter beer face is.
Yeah, that's gurning. So she was seen gurning during two virtual audiences with Windsor Castle. So yeah,
Prince Charles will gurn simply by standing there.
No, it was grinning is the word I read incorrectly. So.
By the way, this very bell came from England.
No.
Really?
Yes, it did. I ordered it on Amazon, and it came, and there was the parcel information said from England. So maybe it's the one the Queen uses.
It might be. Might be.
Where's my goddamn bell?
the gurning.
I sold it on Amazon.
There we go. We had mentioned this earlier this morning, but it's definitely worth bringing up. The restaurant named Cadence, which is a BYOB on Girard Avenue, was named the best new restaurant by Food and Wine.
That's a super well respected journal in the world of the culinary happenings.
Yeah.
And so this is a big honor.
But in the order, you have Cadence is number one in Austin, Texas. Suerte. Frenchette in New York, Conby in Los Angeles, Kumiko in Chicago. These are all one-word names.
Manny's Chili Dogs.
Ah, that's on there. No, Pat's Chili Dogs.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Yes.
Dogs.
Definitely the best theme.
Yeah.
Number one in Food and Wine magazine. Yeah, baby.
That was from the band Cinderella when they were big in the area. They did
We're Warren. When we're in town, we want some good chili dogs. We always read through Food and Wine magazine to see who won.
They did a commercial for Pat's Dogs.
Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs.
That building is now a We Buy Gold.
Oh, is it really?
We buy gold. Gold for sale. No more chili dogs. I'm not going well. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Next step, selling blood.
So number 6 on this list is Ada, which is Ada Indian Canteen.
Ooh, I love canteens. When you go in that, you need water.
Fox and the Knife in Boston.
Boston sucks.
Hey, we beat Boston.
Yeah.
Love me some good fox.
There you go.
Suck at Boston.
How's the fox at this place?
Indigo in Houston, Nightshade in Los Angeles, and in New Orleans, a place called Piece of Meat.
There you go. You know, it's I think one of the most difficult parts of a restaurant would be a name that means something and pops to people.
Yeah.
You know, like Pat's Chili Dogs.
Right. That's.
Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili
Yeah, I mean, you know, the name will only get you so far, but it is an added bonus. Answer the phone, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't know. If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
I'd name it Answer the Phone.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm tired of waving my arms.
Yeah.
It's been happening
You
the
lose
last few
business.
days, and I'm just going to say answer the phone.
Answer the goddamn phone.
Yeah, answer. In fact, I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the restaurant.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn phone! Great food! Answer the goddamn phone! Open all night!
We've been mentioning all morning long, tickets for the MM Barbecue go on sale right now. It is exactly 10 a.m.
Yeah.
You can get your tickets. The lawn seats start at just $25, and we want you to get on board because we want you to be there for all of the bands and all the activities that are taking place. We're going to have Aaron Jones, who we just played, Dorothy, Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen's band, Mammoth, he will be there. Dirty Honey, Cheap Trick, The Offspring, and the band that this gentleman is in, who is joining us right now. We're so excited to have Jane's Addiction on the bill.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've seen them before. I saw them at the Spectrum ages ago.
Amazing, right?
Blew me out of the water. One of my favorite shows in that building of all time. Please welcome Mr. Dave Navarro. Our show today. Good morning, Dave.
Hi, guys.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. That's a very nice welcome.
It's our pleasure, man. Like I said, yeah, I've seen you guys before. I know the kind of energetic show that you bring, and that you guys get the audience in on the party. You make it happen. And it's been a while since we've partied, Dave. So big expectations.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Well, big expectations for me too. I got to tell you, the other night, LA is starting to open up and have indoor eating and dining and things like that. And I went to a restaurant the other night, and it was overwhelming. Just people and noise and things going on and plates being dropped. And then I thought forward to our show coming up in September. I was like, man, I'm not even prepared to be in a restaurant.
Baby steps.
But
you know what I mean? Like, what is it going to be like walking out onto like a festival audience with you guys? But I'm excited to do it, man. It's been a long time. So
the way
we're pretty psyched.
The way it's progressing is that the show is at it's at the end of September. So again, everyone's sort of feeling their way. It's like the cobwebs are lifting and the doors are opening and everyone's looking above ground. And by that time, I think we're going to be in a nice swing of thing. But I can't think of a better scenario, especially since it'll be a little bit cooler in September.
Yeah.
And the roster's great. And Preston's seen you guys a number of times, and I've always wanted to see Jane's Addiction. And people are freaking out.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm also super excited to see Wolfgang's band.
Yes. Yeah, we've been talking quite a bit about that, David. I want to get your take on this because the music that we've heard so far, very impressive. He had a lot to live up to, and that's another thing. And I'm hoping for the best because not only is he a young musician trying to make his way, but I need somebody to carry on that Eddie
legacy.
Legacy.
The mantle?
Thank you. Yeah. And that's got to be a tremendous amount of pressure on him, I assume. I'm sure he's gladly going to take this on, but it's got to be a weird position to be in.
Yeah, I would imagine the best thing for him is to acknowledge that and be aware of it, but to just do his own thing, man.
Yeah.
He's his own human being, and like he's got his direction musically. And from what I've seen, it is very different than Van Halen. It's a little bit more, more modern rock, I suppose.
Yeah.
But he's fantastic, and I want to see him. I want to check out the band, and I'm going to do everything in my power to not tell him how much your dad meant to me.
It's hard though, right?
It's going to be impossible, but you know how hard that's going to be to not do. But yeah, I mean, I hope the best for him, and I typically don't get to when we do these festival shows. I typically don't get to them early, but I'm definitely going to come down and check out Wolfie, and I'll probably check out Cheap Trick too, because Xander's a friend and I played with him a bunch of times. And a weird side note for me is that I think the first concert I ever went to was Cheap Trick opening up for Kiss.
Wow. Oh my God.
Yeah. Like in the 70s.
Yeah.
And so to be on the same bill with them as Cheap Trick and as Jane's Addiction is a pretty big deal for me. Just in terms of having a little personal clash with my own history, I suppose.
Well, Dave, I have to tell you, I had my upper thigh felt at a backyard barbecue to a Cheap Trick song in the 70s. So, yes.
I don't know that we can top that experience for you.
I mean, that was good.
Hey,
Dave, at least you had that.
I wanted to ask, with the length of time it's been since musicians have had a chance to do live shows. I mean, you can pick up the guitar and you can play it and you can keep your chops going, just doing a little rehearsing here and there and writing whatever you may be doing. But is there a difference between being, keeping the instrument fresh and being on stage? Or do you have to get your stage legs together, essentially, is what I'm asking?
I mean, I don't know. We've been doing it for so long. And, believe it or not, Jane's Addiction has historically taken years off, years of hiatuses. And so, we're just coming out of COVID. And it's been a while since we've been on stage. But we are, ironically, very used to getting back together after years of not doing it. So hopefully we are experienced in trying to make it look seamless once we get back on the stage. But usually when the first downbeat happens and Perry gets into his trip, it's pretty easy to get lost in that environment and just kind of go back to second nature. Yeah. Fortunately, a lot of these songs have been with us for 30 years, so it should be pretty seamless.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. Dave Grohl has this special coming out about the van life, evolutionary period of a band. Was that you guys? Was that Jane's? Were you guys doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. We our first tour was in a van with the entire band and the one crew member that we had and all of our gear in a U-Haul behind us, and like literally taking turns driving and just freezing and sick and hating each other and in close quarters. And
93.3 WMMR.
That just reminded me we have some avocados at home today. Today's like the deadline. We don't eat them.
Oh.
They're gone.
I did a good job.
You have such
this
a
week.
small window.
You do, and I picked one that had a very small pit. I got praise for that last
Wow,
time.
very good.
It was like the perfect
ripeness. Got praise.
Yeah, you did a good job,
I'll
Nick.
see you up in the bedroom.
Well, wasn't that good?
Little pit man.
It was
Little pit man.
Yeah.
Turn on. That means you get more avocado.
Yeah.
LPE.
Yeah.
Little pit energy.
Little bit in. All right, real quick, before we go any further, I did a couple of shout-outs I want to do. One is for a friend and former family member here at WMMR. She was an intern of ours. We call her Intern Rush, Donnie Benov.
Oh, great.
And she sent in, she'd like a shout-out for herself, and I understand why. And she wrote me a very lengthy message. I'll read you just a couple of things from it. But she said, I turned 30 yesterday. And why this is important is because March 12th will be 5 years since my breast cancer diagnosis in 2018, and that's a huge marker to pass for a survivor because chances of reoccurrence significantly reduce after
It's true.
that.
Yeah, 5-year mark.
So that is fantastic, and we're very happy to hear about that, Donnie. And she had a rough year. She went through a bunch of other things. She sent me, she called it the Donnie crappy timeline. For the actually the past few years too.
You know what though? With all that she goes through, she champions other women going through breast cancer. She's she might beat herself up now and then, but I know very few people who are as strong and as resolute as she has been. She's been amazing.
Yep. So shout out for her if you don't mind, Steve. And then she says also, if you can, give a shout out to my two very good friends, Dan and Albert. I bought a house in 2021 and they made it into a home. They remodeled it, built it, made it into the home I dreamt of. None of it would be possible without them. So a shout out for them if you don't mind.
All right.
And then she says, I have a big favor to ask. I'm currently very unemployed, and finding work has been really difficult these days. I'm getting my master in public health at Drexel, and I'm looking for full-time anywhere in healthcare, public health, biotech, community building, whatever. Any help that you can, any help you or anyone you know can provide would be amazing.
She's a phenomenal worker, and any company would be lucky to have her. So
if you can help, email me, and I will forward that on to Donnie.
Yes,
and see if we can help her out in the world of healthcare and what else did she say? Public health, community building, biotech,
bagels and such.
Bagels and such. So anyhow, Donnie, we love you, and we're happy that things are looking good for you. A quick butt plug, if you don't mind. It says, well, they requested a shout out, but it's more of a butt plug. It says Magnolia Public School and its principal, Paul Sorrentino, who's been featured and calls in often to talk, are doing a March Madness competition. Classes earn points by donating cereal boxes, solving math facts, and having good attendance and answering trivia. Speaking of trivia, we were just in the Fox studios where you guys call in and tape for the show Classroom. That's awesome. Good for you guys.
Yeah, it's back on.
We're always at Camp Out and follow and a shout out to the show often. And we have a lot of listeners in town thanks to all the press. We love your show, and you guys rock. So here you go, Paul. Little butt plug and shout out because we're doing that little cereal box donation.
I was just watching Better Off Dead again, Preston, and the cereal box is all cut open. Yeah, it's hilarious. It's a joke they keep going to throughout it. So the mom keeps clipping these sort of coupons built into the box, but she does it in boxes that have cereal in it. And so anytime anything is removed from the cupboard, cereal starts pouring all over the floor.
All right, and then one last one says, hey, my name is Maggie. I wanted to send a shout out to my soon-to-be husband, Darren. We're both from South Jersey, longtime listeners back in the Y100 days. We're getting married in March at the World Cafe Live in Philly, on stage in true rock and roll fashion. Rock on, and that is from Maggie Shepard. So here you go, and that is a shout out for you. All right, I want to try something out. So I saw this Reddit article, and I want to see if anybody can join in. If not, we'll move on to something else. But I find this interesting. The butterfly effect.
Right.
You've heard of this before.
It's a great Ashton Kutcher movie.
It was a movie, yes. But the term stems from the branch of math called chaos theory.
Chaos?
And it's associated, I didn't know this, with a mathematician and meteorologist named Edward Lorenz.
I think actually Ian Malcolm is kind of based on this guy. And the stupid question was about Jurassic Park, and in the book Jurassic Park, they go a lot more into chaos theory and the butterfly effect.
Isn't his first name Ian in the movie?
Yes. But I think the guy that Preston referenced is sort of based on the Ian Malcolm character.
Yeah, this
I'm
guy's
sorry.
Edward.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
Edward
wow,
Lorenz.
what a coincidence.
So, according to him, a tornado could be influenced by minor perturbations, and a tiny change in the initial conditions would create a significant different outcome. His idea is quick. So, if a butterfly flaps its wings, it causes a change in pressure that causes this to happen to that.
Bagels and such.
Yes. And anyhow, so it's been termed the butterfly effect.
Yes.
But what I wanted to see is I've got a series of stories that Reddit threaders have mentioned was their own little personal butterfly effect.
So one thing led to something that...
Well, I'm going to use an example that you may have heard before.
All right.
In the movie Apollo 13.
Yes.
Jim Lovell tells a story about how he was in a fighter jet at night about to land on a carrier. And he's on his way in, and he can't. All of a sudden, his canopy light shorts out. All of his electronics go dead, and he's thinking he's going to have to put it in the ocean. And he couldn't find the carrier. But when the lights went out, he looked down, and he could see the algae in the ocean being churned up in the wake of the ship. So it actually led him to the ship.
Wow.
And he said, had my light not shorted out, I would not have seen it, and I would have not known where to go. And so this thing happened. It caused him to be able to see it. He's like, you never know what's going to happen.
Right.
To get you home was the kind of the phrase.
He got home, and then he got the chance to almost die aboard Apollo 13.
How about that? Yeah. So that was
amazing.
Kind of a butterfly effect.
Yeah.
Type
exactly.
of story.
Have you ever had something that can you? It's hard on the moment to think about something, but the classic thing is I was going to be on that flight, and then I didn't have my tickets and couldn't get on, and then it crashed.
There's also the sliding door type theory,
right?
Which is if you had not gone. I think that movie is a train, right? The door opens or something like that, and they walk on and they meet somebody, and it changes their life. And then they take I never saw the movie.
They go to an island with dinosaurs.
Maybe that was it. Or they didn't get on the train, and that part of their life never would have happened. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm sure that there's something in my life that has occurred, but I can't really put my finger on it.
Can every success you've had in your life be tracked back to your first foot modeling photo shoot?
Maybe.
You said, maybe this isn't for me.
My career path would not be what it is had I not played golf with our old boss, Jim McGuinn.
That's true.
And had that not happened, I don't think I would be here.
Do you remember anything about that day in particular that maybe something could have caused you to not either play that day or play with somebody else that day?
I don't remember.
Weren't you chased by a moose?
I'm trying to forget about it.
Forget about that.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
I would say that we tend to think in things like that where, it is interesting to consider those little moments.
Yeah.
And
sometimes we don't realize they've happened, you know?
Right.
So,
by the way, if you have a story like this
About a moose.
Call us 215-263-WMMR.
I mean, the butterfly effect, the chaos theory is like a tiny little reason on why I'm so weird about wearing certain apparel on game day, right?
That borders to superstition, obviously.
Yes, it does.
But have you ever had a moment where
I did, and I'm going to talk about it now. So there was a butterfly effect that essentially led me to return somebody's stolen bike to them. All right. So I was down the shore. I was in Sea Isle City.
You just stolen a bike.
I just stolen a bike. No. No. So I wasn't familiar with Sea Isle at all. We were partying. I was young. And the people that I was with, I lost them.
Yeah.
They just disappeared, and they had gone to another house. And it was like blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks away. So, and I didn't really even know how to get there. So I just grabbed the bike that was in the front lawn of the house that I was staying at.
Right.
And I hopped the bike and I start riding. And I realized that I don't know where I'm going. So and now at this point, I'm probably a good half mile away from the house that I had left. So I just pull over to ask these people if they know where this particular street is. It was their bike that I had stopped and talked to those people.
Did they think you had stolen it?
Well, I don't really. They were like, that's my bike. And I go, I didn't steal this. I'm like, I just got this at the house that I was at, and I just returned the bike to them. But that would have never happened if my friends didn't ditch me at the house.
That wasn't their bike.
If only you had been arrested in that story.
I didn't steal the bike!
Yes. But listen, I'll tell you what, How You Met Your Wife
yeah.
was very butterfly effecting.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it was Old Newsboys Day.
It was Old Newsboys Day. My uncle was a lawyer, all right? And just weeks prior to that particular day, we were at a family party, and he goes, oh, I heard you were in the city. He's like, next time you're in the city, you better stop up and say hi to me and blah, blah, blah. And this is where my office is. So that day, rather than going right to Old Newsboys Day, I went up and said hi to my Uncle Bob, and he showed me around his office and blah, blah, blah. And then next thing you know.
Don't you ever bother me at work.
He was super sweet. I ended up at 17th and Walnut, and I was there at the time that my wife was in her car at the stoplight. Like, she wasn't.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
The happenstance that needs to take place?
How different your life would have been, you know?
Again, it does come down to if you're looking one way, or, I mean, there was a Harlan Ellison story based on that. Literally, a guy creates a time machine. This is a scenario we're going to go through countless times during this conversation. Goes back to prehistoric times, notices an insect, looks the wrong way, something happens, sets in a chain of motion, and the world is, a nightmare by the time he gets back.
Yeah. I mean, I don't believe in things like destiny. I do believe in chaos. And in fact, Donnie had written that email at the beginning that said a similar sentiment in the email that she believes that the universe is pretty much chaos, and I'm the same way. And these, what could have been versus what is, it just happens. It just occurs.
I vacillate, but it's still fascinating to think about if you had gone through one door, and how many times people's lives are saved by last-second decisions.
Well, here's an example of that. So this Redditor wrote in and said, back in the 80s, my mom studied abroad in England. A couple of days before her flight back home to the U.S., she got too homesick to wait any longer, and spontaneously, she bought a ticket home early. The flight she was originally supposed to be on was Pan Am Flight 103.
Oh, jeez.
All 243 passengers and 16 crew died in that.
This is the Lockerbie, yes?
She said if not for her homesickness, her and my dad would not have met. My brother and I would not have been in existence.
I told you the hospice nurse for my mother, her husband and son died on that Lockerbie.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow. We have some calls. So let me go to Dave. Hey, Dave. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Great. What's up, my man?
So I have a really cheap wife, and even though there's a bunch of pizza places near our house that would deliver for like $1, she makes me go out and get it all the time.
All right.
I mean, and so I had that night to myself. It was Monday Night Football. No one was home. I ordered the pizza. I told them to deliver it, and then I felt guilty, and I went to go get it. And on my way there, 2 blocks from my house, somebody T-boned me.
Whoa.
They ran a stop sign and knocked me out. They took me to the hospital, x-rayed my neck, looked for a concussion, which I did have, and then they found stage 3 thyroid cancer.
Whoa. Wow.
I had no symptoms, and it was starting to spread. It was outside the thyroid.
Whoa.
And it kind of saved my life because they operated and got it. And
Man,
it was
and
the
all
guilt
because
of
your
my
wife is cheap.
wife, that made me go get it.
By the way, did you ever find out if it was your wife in that car that T-boned you?
You know what? This is all starting to add up.
Our plan is coming together. We'll be in bed soon.
And so, Dave, did you ever thank her for being so cheap?
Well, yeah, every day that we're at home and we're not naked.
You're right.
What about the story? Who was
That's great, Dave. Thank you.
Okay,
Was it
thanks,
the baseball commissioner? Or somebody was in the stands and somebody watching just happened to notice something with their fingers that.
I know your story you're telling about, Steve. I remember Alfonso Soriano hit a foul ball and hit a lady with the foul ball, which sent her to the hospital. And at the hospital, she was diagnosed with some type of cancer.
Right.
And she wouldn't have gone to the hospital if
Saved
not for
her
that
life.
foul ball hitting her. Yeah.
So that's why don't catch the ball. Let it hit you.
Right.
All right, here's another example, and it has to do with pizza. Like Dave, our last caller, it says, my desire for pizza set off a chain reaction that destroyed my family.
Oh, my God.
One day I got home from school, really wanted pizza. My family was poor, so spontaneous food trips weren't always in the cards. I really worked my pouty face on my mom and begged her to go to the local pizza place for dinner. She actually went with it. So we went. And while chilling there, I saw my uncle walk by, and I said, hey, is that you? And now you might be thinking he just wanted pizza. What's the big deal? Well, he actually lived several states away. So to arbitrarily be in town and not tell anyone was strange. Turned out he was having an affair with his sister-in-law, my aunt on the other side of the family. One thing led to another, and now everyone hates each other, and we haven't had contact in like 20 years. And all I wanted was some pizza.
Pizza.
Did he get pizza?
It destroyed their family.
What kind of pizza?
I don't know. It's,
Barbecue chicken
Terrible.
pizza.
something really yummy. Wow. Let me go to, I have James. Hi, James. Good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, bud. What's up?
First of all, the butterflies creating these tornadoes. Those tornadoes were real.
This is true.
My story is kind of a small one. It's not cancer or anything like that. One time I was driving in my car, and I felt what I thought was a spider on my leg. So while I was driving, I reached down to, brush it off or scratch at it. And right when I reached down, a bat flew into my car and nailed the headrest.
Oh, my
And
God.
it just went spiraling off into the back seat. But if my head was there, I probably would have gotten hit.
You would have got slapped in the face with a bat.
We're not a baseball bat, a bat with wings here.
A bat with wings.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And had you not,
From Touchstone Pictures, Bat Slapper.
The bat slapper. Oh, my God. All right.
Oh, no, I have a spider on my leg.
Fortunately, saved by the spider. How about this? This is interesting. We'll go to Ron next. Hey, Ron, good morning. All right, Ron, we're talking about a butterfly effect in your life.
So in 9 months and 11 days before 9/11, I met my wife.
Oh, okay.
And that July, I was supposed to re-enlist into the Army.
Wow.
And I'm an infantry combat soldier.
Okay.
So, I think that if I hadn't met my wife and decided not to re-enlist, I'd have been a victim of a 9/11 combat.
Wow. It says here on our screen that you were getting ready to re-enlist, but you met your wife while you were in line to do that?
Oh, no, I was online.
Okay.
And I met my wife in Yahoo Chat.
Okay. And then and she had kind of urged you to reconsider re-enlisting?
No, what happened was we started talking, and I absolutely fell in love and didn't want to re-enlist anymore.
Okay.
And so otherwise you might have been involved in the conflict that ensued, and you could have easily become a casualty. Correct?
And no life before that.
And no life before that. Interesting. Yeah, it's meeting somebody can absolutely. That's a huge part of altering your life. And I'm glad you guys are, that you found happiness and all that stuff. Thank you, Ron.
Oh, we're not happy.
Listen, yeah, I hate her, by the way. So here's one. This is interesting. It says, when my now husband was 18, he found out that his mom's side of the family was Spanish, not Mexican. And he found this interesting. So he changed his country to Spain on Facebook instead of the U.S., which is where he really was. Meanwhile, in Australia, I was helping my friend find Spanish people to add as friends since she was learning the language. And I came across my now husband's profile and decided to send him a friend request as well. We got along really well, met in person after 3 years. We now have been together 11 years, married for 7. And if he didn't change his country to Spain, which he only did for a day or so.
Right. One day.
We'd never have known that each other existed.
Globally, think of what are the odds?
Yeah, I like that. That's cool. Let's see. I'm going to go to Jackie. Hi there, Jackie.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, Jackie. What's your story?
Okay, so I think this was about a dozen butterfly effects all at once.
Okay.
So I was having some anemia issues a few years back, and I went to a hematology oncologist. He sent me for what he considers a standard GI workup to make sure that wasn't where it was coming from. And part of that was sending me for a colonoscopy.
Okay.
Went for the colonoscopy, and as a result of the anesthesia, I was a little bit woozy for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, we had a broken refrigerator in our kitchen, so we were using our spare refrigerator in the basement to store all our food. I went to cook dinner, still woozy, down in the basement, and I fell on the stairs and hit my wrist. I thought I broke my wrist, so we went to the ER, and it turned out that when they were doing the X-rays, I actually had a tumor in my hand.
You had a tumor in your hand?
I had cancer in my hand.
Wow.
And they had to do surgery to remove the tumor, but it had nothing to do with the anemia, nothing to do with the colonoscopy. It was purely by chance.
You never would have caught that. You had no symptoms, nothing indicating, no, it was just there. You had no idea.
Nothing at all.
Wow. So when you get any sort of anesthetic, make sure you go up and down the stairs a lot.
Exactly. I need to trip. I need to fall.
Right. That's how you do it.
Had you not had the anesthesia and fallen down and broken your wrist, it could have been, gotten much more advanced than it was.
It's crazy.
And in the colonoscopy, they also found a precancerous polyp they had to remove that also had nothing to do with the anemia, but they just happened to find it.
That's the beauty of a colonoscopy, by the way. I know we talked about colonoscopies a lot recently, but that they can go in and sort of do some, this could be an issue, we'll take it out now, and
Exactly.
clean out that old bunghole.
Wow. All right.
The way that it was, the type that it was and the size that it was definitely precancerous. So,
all right. Okay. Well, good for you. I'm glad you're doing well now.
Saved my life twice.
Yes.
That's awesome. Thank you, Jackie.
Glad you're here.
So we're taking butterfly effect type situations in your life. Calls 215-263-WMMR. I will go to Kevin next. Hey, Kevin, good morning. Kevin, are you there, bud?
Yo, what's going on?
Hey, man, gadzooks to you. What's up, bud?
Hey, your cat has radioactive poop.
Okay.
It did at one point.
That's right. I remember that. Yeah. You couldn't touch it.
Yeah.
That's his intro.
Yeah.
It was also in your nose one time.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. It was disgusting.
That's sort of a butterfly effect.
I'll share that story again in a moment. Kevin, what's your story?
It's it's a really good story, butterfly effect type thing. I was taking care of a terminally ill family member. For 5 years, I lived with them, and that was my job. It was 24/7 around the clock, and they died sooner than I had thought. I was left without a job, and I asked my dad, what do I do? He goes, you got to learn a trade or something. So I said, okay. I said, I'm going to go out and, try to find a job. And the first place I went to was, far away from where we lived, in the middle of nowhere. I stopped, I went in the door, and I said, hey, are you guys hiring any, welders or anything? Something I've never done before, welding,
Yeah.
And the guy said, no, we're not. And he asked my name, and I told him my name. And he was hired by my father 40 years ago in a welding shop. My dad taught him everything he knows about welding, blah, blah, blah. And he paid for me to go to welding school, and I'm still there 12 years later.
Oh, my. Just out of the blue. That's wild.
What a great story.
Yep, and there's people here that work here. My dad had started this small company 40 years ago, before I was even a thought, before my family existed. Him and a friend had started it, and my dad left the business. They got in this big fight and all that stuff, and I never knew about it. My dad didn't really talk about it ever. I never knew anything about it.
He's a jerk-off.
That is
astonishing. Yeah,
that is a fantastic story, Kevin.
I love that.
Wow.
Thanks, guys.
What did your dad think of all that?
I told my dad the guy's name, and I said, he just hired me. And my dad goes, are you kidding me? He goes, I hired him when he was a kid to sweep the floor, and now he owns the company.
Oh,
See, that's
man.
it.
Yeah.
You always never burn bridges.
Don't burn your bridges, yeah.
Always check your hands for tumors and never burn bridges.
Yep.
Thanks for sharing story, Kevin. I love that, man.
Thank you very much.
All right,
He gave my dad a shot, or my dad gave him a shot, and he gave me a shot. Sometimes you just got to believe in somebody.
You're absolutely right. Yes,
thanks,
good.
buddy.
Very, very uplifting.
Wow, that's so cool. Man.
I always hated your dad. Get out of here. He made me sweep his floor. I'm a doctor. I hated that man. Every second.
Yeah.
I'm going to follow you out and kick you in the balls.
Yeah. Let's see. I will go next to Justin. Hi, Justin. You're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, man?
Hey, I about almost 7 years ago now. It was right around Halloween. My wife had ordered something. It was like 10 o'clock at night. She said, "Go outside and go get it off the porch. I forgot to bring it in." I live in the woods, so I opened the door, and there was a bat hiding in the reef on our door, and it bit me in the cheek.
Whoa! Whoa! And since that day, you've roamed the world in search of human blood.
So I went back in the house, and I told her I got bit by a bat. She's like, "You have to go to the hospital. You have to go to the hospital." I said, "I'm not going to the hospital." So I went to sleep, woke up the next day. My face was all swollen. I went into work because I figured no one was going to believe me that I got bit by a bat. And they sent me home. They said, "Go to the hospital." So the team that I was working with, the two guys ended up going out instead and had to stay a little bit later. And they were in a car accident on the way home. One person died, and the other one was paralyzed.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. So that would have been you.
That would have been me, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I still would have gone to the doctor over the bat bite.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I did. It's just nobody would have believed me.
Oh, I got you. Okay, yeah.
No one would have
Wow.
believed me. So I said, let me go in and let me actually show them that I got bit by a bat, or at least bit by something.
You know, that's something you don't hear at work a lot. You know, Ed's out for bat bite.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Again with the bat bite? Oh, my God.
Look at me in today. I got bitten by a bat.
Thanks, Justin. Let's go next to Daryl. Hey, Daryl, good morning.
That's what I get to do.
Yes.
One of our favorites.
That's what I get to do.
All right, what's up, my man?
Hey, back in 1983, I was in the military, and I had just hit my 4-year point, and it was about time to re-enlist or go do something. At the same time, I was doing photography for a radio station out there, and I got to meet some rock and roll people, mainly Vixen and some other groups like that.
That's cool.
And they said, "Hey, come out to Los Angeles and do photography. You know, Roris, you're a good live action rock and roll photographer." At the same time, the Air Force is saying, "Hey, why don't you stay in the Air Force?" So it was a little conundrum there, and I finally decided to, stay in the Air Force. Let me give it another.
You convinced Vixen to join the Air Force.
And then right after I re-enlisted, they gave me a flying job out of McGuire.
Wow.
And I got to see the world. I got to 152 countries. I've been on every continent in the world. So.
And it was all just happenstance.
Yeah. It was just, that moment where I said, go to Hollywood or
get bitten by a bat. Wow, man. Well, that's a decision, and that it's less of a butterfly effect. It's more fortuitous, but still, that's pretty cool that you got to see the world that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely, man.
Right. Thank you, Daryl. Appreciate it, bud. All right. So, might be worth examining some moments in your life and see if had I made a left out of that that doorway, how would my life have had completely changed at that moment? You may have met somebody important or discovered something that was very, very fortuitous.
If all you do is always make lefts today, make a right, and find out that it's a one-way street.
That's all you'll find.
Did you say you haven't seen Sliding Doors?
I have not.
It's a good movie.
Is it a good movie?
Yeah, you'd like it. It's up your alley.
Gwyneth Paltrow, Robert Downey Jr.?
I don't think he's in it, but they were husband and wife in Avengers.
Okay. Yeah, maybe
So
that's
maybe
why
just
I
watch Avengers. It's pretty much the same movie.
But it shows a couple of different paths, right?
Yes.
Of what life would have been like had you not slipped in that door that was about to close.
Yeah, she's about to get on a subway, and the door closes in one scenario, and a
Tyrannosaurus kills her.
Right, and then Thanos shows up.
Oh, no. Snaps his finger.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the calls. We appreciate it. We have to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. When we get back, a couple of guests on the program, one of them being Diane Franklin, actress from movies like Better Off Dead and Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure and so on.
She's right in our wheelhouse.
Yep. So we'll talk to her in a few. Just hang out. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Rough stuff.
Well, I was surprised to find out when Dave is mentioning when Nevermind came out. This album is out. It's starting to hit. They're still in a van traveling to shows. It is, this is a groundbreaking record. This is huge. This is rock and roll history right here. And they're still driving around a van. When Nothing Shocking, were you guys still doing the van thing when that came out?
I know that we had a couple of tiers.
Okay.
So we went from a van to what we thought was a great idea, which was a Winnebago.
Okay.
So it wasn't quite a bus. It was a Winnebago. It was literally like a mobile home. And we broke out a window. One of the side windows got shattered somehow. So we were literally touring around the East Coast in the dead of winter.
Oh, no.
With just freezing cold 75-mile-an-hour wind just wafting through the Winnebago.
Did you try to tape up like a trash bag or something?
Well, you try everything. And then finally at some point you're like, fuck it, we'll deal with it. And we just we just sat there and like dealt with it. But I think that, I think there's something to be said about those old days that like we really, I don't know that we would be the same band without them. We really had to. I mean, there were gigs. We were putting in vans, and we'd pull up to the club, and we would load out and load in our own gear ourselves. So it would be like a Jane's Addiction show. Thank you, good night, and then start winding up cables and putting guitars in cases and trying to push your amp off the stage to get ready for the next band. I really appreciate having had. Those experiences. As much as I would never want to do them again, I think they really taught us how to be a band.
I was in my 20s. I was a band guy. I'm a drummer, and so just last year, I was like, I got together with some guys. We created a cover band, and we went out. We played some gigs, and I tell you what, Dave, on that first night, at 3:00 in the morning, when we're putting the last bit of crap back into the van, I'm like, what the hell was I thinking, man? This sucks.
It's a little different when you're 17 and you're pushing stuff in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, right now, like my lower spine cannot handle carrying an amp.
It's just not going to happen.
Dave, we're able to Zoom with you right now, and looking over your shoulder, is that a cuckoo clock up on the wall? And if so, what's the story behind that?
Actually, there's probably 12 of them in this house. I collect them. That's cool. It's just a weird thing. And, cuckoo clocks, when I was a kid, that was like in cartoons, that was the symbol of crazy.
Yeah.
Like if someone was crazy, you'd see a little cuckoo or a bird would come out. And I just kind of came with this whole embracing. I do a company called Dual Diagnosis, which is it's an art/clothing company that's geared at lifting the stigma of mental health issues.
Right.
And, there's a whole story behind the cuckoo. I don't know if you know about it, but if you look inside that box, it's all complicated gears and springs and coils and wires. There's this little bird that's trapped in there. It can't fly out because it's held down by these weights.
Yeah.
You see the weights that hang down?
Right.
Which could be, its emotional baggage, for instance. And so until it drops that baggage, it can't fly and reach its full potential.
Wow.
And it's locked in this confusing box that's making it crazy. So, I collect them, and then we also use them artistically throughout the Dual Diagnosis company, and that's spelled DUAL diagnosis, and dualdiagnosis.com.
Well, I never realized there were so many metaphors attached to a cuckoo clock, but I
think that I invented them, but they work.
But that's good. I can completely see that because I'm fascinated by little mechanisms and the artistry of that stuff, animatronic things, and all of that. Have you yourself ever designed a cuckoo clock?
I designed what I called a cuckoo clock wristwatch. Was when I took that clock and I duct taped it on my arm.
Okay, that counts.
This is a crazy watch, but no, I'm not a tinkerer. For instance, I love watches. I love components. I love things that work like that. But I mean, these things, you know, they're kind of genius, and the implications, like the humorous implications that they contain, are kind of funny, and you just don't see them anymore. But if you look around my house, like I think there's one over there.
Yeah.
There's one there. There's one on the other side. So there's like 15 of them in here. But cool. The best part is that they're all set at different times.
Yeah.
So throughout the day, just a different bird is coming out.
That's great.
And it will literally drive you insane. I mean, if you're not insane already, put up 5 cuckoo clocks. You know what it's like.
Yeah, you know, my sister's actually obsessed with cuckoo clocks as well, but she does not have one. Maybe that is a good gift for me to get for her.
It's a great gift, and they you know they make them battery operated now, but the ones that are really special are the ones that are handmade, that use the actual weight system to have the tell time, and even the pendulum has to be hung at the right length, otherwise it's going to either tick too fast or too slow.
Okay.
So they're very complicated things, but they are interesting to be obsessed with.
I completely get it. Yeah.
I did not expect to be talking about those.
Well, I'm sure you're not going to expect to talk about this either. Are you wearing a Snuggie right now?
No, right now I am wearing it's like a hooded cape. This is like for outdoors life.
That's
ceremonial outdoor life, and it happens to be 7 a.m. here in LA, and I just happen to be freezing. But I will tell you this: I am not opposed to a straight up Snuggie either.
No, why would you be?
Dave, who would you say between you and Perry? You guys are artists to the core.
Yeah.
Who's a little more quirky in their personality? Is it you or Perry?
We both have a lot of, I guess, independent thought, I would say. Mm-hmm. And, but I would say that, I would say Perry, just because being a frontman of a band like this and having to have that sensibility and be on every night and deliver every night, like I get to turn around and hide behind the guitar and like get lost in my instrument, mm-hmm. which I love, because I did a solo tour in 2000, and I just came to learn that I didn't love it. I didn't love leading the band. I didn't love being the lead singer. I didn't love the eyes. I didn't love the pressure. And Perry can do that really well, and he, in fact, loves it. So I would say that there is a component to his personality that allows him to be that extroverted on stage and do it with authority and conviction. So I don't know if I would say he's more quirky, but I would say that he has what it takes to front a band.
Yeah,
better than most, I would say. And I think along with that kind of mentality, you've got to have some walls down, to allow yourself to be that raw in front of people.
Totally.
And while at the same time having certain walls up. So I think it's a microcosm of some kind of very strange dance that goes into being a lead singer. And, he's, as far as I'm concerned, he's one of the best frontmen that have been around in the past 30 years.
Is it hard, speaking to that point about, because you let a lot of you out, with your love of the tattoos and artistry and the cuckoo clocks and things, mm-hmm. things that are part of you. Is it hard when you are in the public eye the way you are, and you're talking about Perry being more up front and being the front man, but you are a personality, you are a pop culture personality. Is it hard to know I'm going to keep this just for me, Do you know what I'm saying? Where you're not always revealing stuff about you.
Oh, no. I mean, things that I like and things that are interesting to me aren't really revealing anything. And those aren't like deep personal issues whether or not I like cuckoo clocks, I better keep that to myself or I feel exposed.
It's too personal.
Like I don't feel exposed.
Yeah.
But, I've also taken it upon myself and years ago, I wrote a book and I put out a documentary that were about very difficult things in my life. And I think that the intention and hopefully the joy of that was to help others feel less alone that we're in similar situations, whether it's grief or trauma or drug addiction or any of the things that I've been through. I like to share with people that there's an alternative way, and that it is possible to get past that stuff. And even though the demon of addictive behavior may be with you for your life, it's about channeling that addictive behavior into an area that can be healthy for you.
Well, yeah, I'm sober for 9+ years at this point, and I just know that it was important for me to see and interact with people who were living a sober life, a happy and content sober life. But then there were also other people that, like musicians, Trey Anastasio being one of them. I'm a fish head. He had been sober for a couple of years at that point. When I saw, I'm like, okay, here's somebody that's doing it. And I was able to gain strength through them. And so when you do that and you're outspoken about whatever struggles that you have gone through, there are people out there that really do hold on to that and gravitate towards that.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I would say is that, the company I'm running, Dual Diagnosis, is all about mental health. I put out a book that was about my drug addiction. I put out a film that was about my mom's death. It does resonate with a lot of people sometimes, if they've got similar circumstances. But, at the same time, I'm not a doctor. And so those people will come to me personally and say, I'm going through this and I don't know what to do. And I'm like, look, I already told you what I went through and how I dealt with it, but I can't advise, like a doctor would. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That's, you need to find a team of your own. But I think that that's not the tough part. I don't really think there is a tough part to it. I think that as long as you're comfortable with who you are and what you've been through and that, behaviors can change.
Yeah.
I mean, really, that's all we're doing. Like, I may not be doing drugs anymore, but now I'm in line at 1 a.m. at GameStop waiting for the next thing to come.
Dude, all right. Yes, that's exactly. That is the right way to think about it. We all have the same doctor. He's kind of he's on TV in here in Philadelphia. And he says, if I have to, I will write you a prescription for a video game. Because that's the stuff. To get that joy of something that doesn't have, like you say, you're not smoking crack. This is something you're into.
Something that's not going to kill you.
Exactly. That you can get passionate. Like, I love living through other people's passions, and it excites me to revisit my own. Your cuckoo clock thing, or just the different things you talk about. That to me is something that people, they sometimes seem reticent to allow themselves. Well, it's just crazy. Should I really collect that, or is that do it? Because we just don't think that way a lot of times.
Well, ultimately, we're all here for however long we're here, and we are ultimately going to dissolve into the universe or whatever happens.
Right.
So, do what you love, as long as it's not hurting anybody else or yourself. Yep. Like, there's really, that this life was given to us for us to enjoy.
Yeah.
And I really feel strongly about that. And frankly, one of the things that I enjoy about life most is being able to perform with this band and to come out and do that with you guys is what is that, the 25th, September 25th?
Correct.
Yep. I'm super pumped about that, and that's, I wouldn't be able to do that had I stayed on the path I was on. So it's all
traffic being diverted around this one. It's on Polly Drummond Hill Road, both directions being affected at New Linden Road. And then in New Jersey on 55 northbound, you're slow from Deptford to the 42 freeway. This traffic report brought to you by The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. When someone gets hurt, we know who to call, but what about a mental health crisis? The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline offers free confidential support around the clock. Don't hesitate. Call 988. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kath. A couple of guests joining us in this particular segment. One we have had on before to talk about this very event. And the next one is coming up on Friday, March 31st. It's called the Prom.
Yes.
Really cool event that benefits the Travis Manion Foundation. We'll give you all the information on what that is all about in a moment. But we first want to welcome Mr. Ian McLaughlin this morning. Good morning, Ian. How are you, man?
I'm doing great, Presbo. How you doing today?
Good, buddy. It's great to have you on once again, and happy that this event is taking place. And there's going to be a really cool individual that you're going to be honoring, and not only honoring, but changing the name of the award for. And we'll get that in just a second. But let me make sure I get the dates right. Friday, March 31st at the Union League, and tickets available at promphilly.com, right?
Yes, promphilly.co.
.co.
Yeah, you know, some foreign company bought up our original website, so we had to get rid of the .com to .co.
All right. All good. It's still there. But so the Travis Manion Foundation, for those who don't know, tell us a little bit about that, and then we'll find out what the event is going to be all about.
Sure. So Travis was a local guy born and raised in Doylestown, went to LaSalle High School, graduated in 1999, went to Naval Academy. Really great story about that. But on April 29th, 2007, he was in the Al Anbar province in Iraq, and his Marine unit was ambushed, and he was killed by a sniper fire, drawing attention away from injured Marines. So he was killed. He was the only Marine killed during that ambush, and everyone else survived. So unfortunately, he did not. And his family, his father's a Marine, and his mom started the foundation, and now his sister, Ryan, runs the foundation.
Literal war hero. He received the Bronze Star and the Silver Star for valor. And you guys do this in his honor and therefore raise funds. And what do those funds go towards, Ian?
Sure. So the foundation does, they have a bunch of different things they do, but their main focus is to support families of the fallen, Gold Star families, and war veterans, help with mental health, community service, just getting them back into society in the United States. They've built homes for veterans. It's really an incredible thing. They go into high schools and they teach high school students characteristics of our military leaders, which I think anyone should take on and want to have those characteristics.
Right.
So there's all sorts of, and it's a wide range all throughout the country. They have several offices, and they host a 9/11 5K run, throughout the world.
And so you guys throw a big party for this event to raise money for the foundation, and all the money goes directly to the Manion Foundation, which is awesome. But it's a party without question, and this is going to be coming up Friday, March 31st. And what we love, one of the many things we love, is that this year you guys are going to be honoring a guy who we've had on our program on a few occasions, Roland Scarinci, who is the 100-year-old veteran. He's a Marine and plays a mean harmonica.
He sure does.
And you guys are giving him a community award, but you're going a step further than that, right?
Correct. Yeah. So last year he received our community award at prom when he was 99. Performed with the harmonica as well. But this year we're renaming it the Roland Scarinci Service Award.
How about that?
Naming his own award named after him.
Naming the award after him. That's so cool, man. I love it. He is such a great guy.
Such a great guy, and is very involved in the foundation. Loves the foundation, and loves Marines, and just loves people in general, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So explain the prom, the concept of the prom for people who are not aware what it is.
Sure. It's really just prom for adults.
Yeah.
So we threw the U in there a lot. this is the 8th annual prom, but because of COVID, right? Like, so 9 years ago, we threw the U in there, changed it up a little bit, but it's really a black tie gala type thing for adults to just go out and enjoy themselves. So we've raised over $200,000 for the foundation doing it. It's open bar. We have Go-Go Gadget on stage for those who've been to the beach towns. They've been rocking there for decades. So it's always a great time, great party. Something you can do when you drink, that you couldn't do in high school.
I love the concept of an adult prom, a reason to just kind of get dressed up and go out and play that little role for the night. It's fun. So you can dance obviously and meet with other people and you're contributing to a great event as well, which is awesome. So the tickets are available at promphilly.co.co. You'll want to get those now because this event will probably sell out. It's a really well attended event. Do you guys need any help or anything like that, Ian? Or are you good to go as far as those regards?
I mean, we're always looking for help. If you go to promphilly.co or travismanion.org, you can always ask there, and there's an email address for contact there. Looking for help, looking for sponsorship still. 100% of the proceeds go to the foundation. So, and if you just want to help out and be around, we're always looking for volunteers to help the auctions and raffles and stuff like that.
Hey, Ian, what's your this high school initiative all about? Because my son actually interviewed with you guys earlier this week, and he wants to get involved, and he chose the Travis Manion Foundation because he was reading up on it and he was like, okay, this is something that I want to and can get behind. But I didn't, when you guys went to his high school, do you know what that initiative is all about?
So I'm not probably the best person to speak to it.
Just make stuff up.
Yeah. Yeah. So they go into these schools, and they do go into the schools. It is a tough interview process because they're looking for those who have those characteristics that you see, and they want to help develop those to be the next leaders, not necessarily military leaders, but like leaders of tomorrow, whether it's just at home and being a great parent or in your community or at work.
Excellent. All right. Well, listen, we know you guys are going to do a great job and have a great time, and Roland's going to be a great addition to that. It's so cool that you guys are naming that award after him. So we'll put the word out. It is the Prom 2023, the Union League of Philadelphia, and it's benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation. Tickets available at promphilly.co. It's good to talk to you, Ian. Good luck with everything.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate the support. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, sir. All right, let's hear it for Ian McLaughlin, guys. Taking care of business. And 100 years old, man. Roland. That's so cool.
Man, he still fits in his uniform, too.
Recently turned 100 years old. Wow. I know we have a few minutes before we have Diane Franklin on to talk about her book, actress from 1980s and beyond.
Yes.
But I'd mentioned this off air. I was going to save this for music news, but I thought we have a little bit of time to chat that this might be worth mentioning, and I was excited to see this. But the old television show, the old music television show, The Midnight Special, has launched a YouTube channel to mark its 50th anniversary.
So this means they're putting their whole catalog up?
I'm not sure if they're putting all of it. They're putting a lot up. So it ran for 450 episodes between 1973 and 1981. And I mentioned it to you off air in case he was like, what's the Midnight Special?
Well, it was what you did
searching it right now.
every Friday night. You would watch the midnight. Was Friday night, or was it Friday night? Right,
either Friday or Saturday.
What's channel?
NBC. I remember it's probably wrong, but whatever it was.
I don't know.
So there used to be a couple things. There was the Midnight Special. There was Don Kirshner's rock concert.
Yep.
And then there were a few other things but the best was the Midnight Special.
Yeah,
because the collection of these were like the artists of the time performing live.
Yeah.
And it was amazing.
And Steve, I have vivid memories of being terrified of Alice Cooper when I was a little kid. I'm like, I'm going to hell just for watching this. But the host was Wolfman Jack,
who is obviously who else do you get but Wolfman Jack?
Just a legend, and that's where I came to know him and was enamored with him for most of my life. But I mean, it's live concert footage, And I rattled off. It says here, it says featuring, among the videos available at the channel's launch are the original pilot episode from 1972. And this is what it says. Featuring live performances from John Denver, Argent, Harry Chapin, David Clayton Thomas, Cass Elliot, the Everly Brothers, the Isley Brothers, Helen Reddy, Linda Ronstadt, and War, as well as clips of Fleetwood Mac, David Bowie, Rod Stewart, Tina Turner, and more.
Wow. Wow. So real quick, all these performances were done specifically for this show?
Yeah, my recollection was it was the Midnight Special studio. They had an audience, and it was a televised little mini rock concert.
Nick, could you look up real quick on Wiki about whether or not the Midnight Special had those performances at their own kind of concert venue, or if they just took videos? Because the video always seemed to be consistent, like the same, like it was all shot in the same,
my recollection,
same form.
And just another quick question, because this reminds me a lot of like what Jules Holland does. It's a show in England, and I love the format, but what Jules Holland does, they have several acts, the same night. So was this several different acts, or was it one concert, one
That's
band
a good question.
per night?
No, it was a few different ones. They would have different bands on each time. And by the way, Jules Holland used to co-host a show that I loved. Another it was on Sunday nights. It was called Music Night.
Yeah.
And David Sanborn was the other host.
I love David Sanborn.
And they would do that. They'd have like 5 or 6 artists on. They would play their individual performances, and then they would all get together and play together.
That's cool.
And it bordered into jazzy stuff, to adult contemporary, to a little bit of rock. And I loved that program.
It's like Austin City Limits.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
I love that stuff.
And you just don't see this type of programming that much anymore.
No, and then also, I mean, it's just there's so much on the digital platform these days, and you don't see a whole lot of live stuff. So like what Chris Rock did on Netflix on Saturday night is not the norm.
Do you know it used to be good? Mr. Belvedere's Metal Mayhem, which was a lesser known.
Yeah. Mr. Belvedere's
host of
Metal Mayhem. I had no idea. It says other artists who performed on the show whose appearances will presumably become available over the coming months include, listen to this, Led Zeppelin, Aerosmith, Kiss, Elton John, AC/DC, Badfinger, The Cars, Cheap Trick, Peter Frampton, Genesis, Heart, Little Feat, Prince.
I remember Wings.
Roxy Music, Steely Dan, Thin Lizzy, ELO. I mean, dude, that's just...
That was your promotional... that predated the music video boom, right?
Yeah.
So there we go.
Yeah, it was because it ended. Probably MTV had a big part to do with killing that, because it ended in 1981.
Right.
To me, it seems like those bands in the 70s and early 80s just were...
They were hardworking bands.
They were better than what we have, like, as far as current bands are concerned.
They were statistically taller.
Were they? Which is weird, because it seems like people are getting taller.
I know.
Oddly enough, it seems like, and listen, you have a variety of different, obviously, artists that come out of any decade or era, but there was a lot of soul in the music.
Yes.
I think that might be missing now.
They just had Hall & Oates up, you talk about Blue-Eyed Soul and all that stuff. Yeah, it's cool. Also, the ability to take what you do and perform it live.
Yeah.
That is sort of... it's lesser of a capability, but there's still, there's every time yields its great artists, and I would love to see something like this return. But now, it is to have it available now. That'll be cool.
I think you nailed it as to Casey's observation, though, Steve, because when you were a band a few years back, the main thing was, okay, we're doing this to play this live.
Right.
We're recording this to play this live, and we need to be able to do that. And that's kind of I think that's a secondary thought. I think there are ways to take songs that recorded that you can't pull off live and still be able to somewhat reproduce them live. But I think back in the day, they wanted to reproduce them just like the way they recorded them in the studio.
That's why when you see the Eagles documentary and see and those that concert footage of them, there's no faking.
Yeah.
There's no other tracks playing. They're playing that live. They're harmonizing live, and that's pretty amazing.
But out of that era, you have like your legendary bands, right? The legendary, and then you have like another band like this one.
Kansas.
Right? Yeah. Like, dude, nobody's making music like this these days.
Right.
And this wasn't even like one of the powerhouses of the time.
These guys were actually considered kind of corporate rock.
They were.
By the time they hit, believe it or not. But No, I agree. I mean, like, go back and listen to some old Creedence or something like that.
Oh my God! Did you see the Creedence special, the documentary that's out?
No,
it's awesome, sensational.
Where is that?
God, there's so many goddamn streaming services. I'm going to say Netflix. I'm probably wrong.
I got to see that,
but it's really good.
Marissa pulled some audio. What is this?
This is a John Denver, I guess, intro.
Maybe this was the very first one. Hang on a second.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Midnight Special. We think we have a really great show for you tonight. I know we have some incredible entertainers for you, and I suppose that I hope you folks know, and for some of you in the audience out there, that we have some ulterior motives in what we're doing this evening. We're here to try to stress the importance of everybody getting out to register to vote.
Oh.
Now, all right. You know, it's something a lot of people have been talking about for a long time now, to have 18, 19, and 20-year-olds, to give them the chance to participate in local and national elections. And now it seems we have the chance, but there's still about 12 million people out there who haven't bothered to register. And as far as I'm concerned, there's really no excuse for anybody copping out.
Shut up!
I'd like to switch gears now and talk about pegging for a moment.
Wait, what?
Do you remember the classic footage of him when he was testifying, when they had the, it was the public sticker, the parental
it was the
warning,
obscenities,
and it was, of all people, the person who came in and spoke the most clearly on the issue was John Denver.
Yeah, John Denver,
who had
Frank
the least
Zappa.
Questionable lyrics, but he goes in there and just destroyed.
And wanted to speak from an artist's perspective who you would not think would be behind, letting Two Live Crew saying what they wanted to say at the time.
But he was. Yeah. It was pretty wild.
This is him introing, I'm not sure who. Hang on a
David
second.
Clayton Thomas.
Okay.
I've known this next gentleman for a couple
I don't know who David Clayton Thomas is.
He invented the elevator.
Okay.
of years now. I met him first of all when he was singing with Blood, Sweat, and Tears, and I was the opening act at a few of their concerts. And I thought then that he was really an incredible singer, and that feeling has really grown over the years. In fact,
shut up and play music.
Okay. We don't have time to listen to the whole thing because our guest is on the line.
Oh, we've been very excited
We've
about
been waiting
this.
to talk to her. But anyhow, the Midnight Special, by the way, yes, they now have a YouTube channel. So there's going to be loads of cool concert footage to check out. All right. We are welcoming our, nice music. Good call, Casey.
Yeah, buddy.
I love the title of her book. It is called The Excellent Comedy of the Last American French Exchange Babe of the 80s.
That's perfect.
It is available on Amazon. And obviously in that, she manages to mention 3 great roles that she's in, from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, The Last American Virgin, and Better Off Dead. Please welcome Diane Franklin to our show this morning.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Nice to have you on, Diane. Wonderful to meet you after all these years of loving the movies and shows that you've been in. So, and congrats on writing a book. And is this title your complete creation, or did someone say, you need to add all of these things in there?
No, you know what? Actually, people were kind of telling me not to do it.
It's brilliant.
I never, I never assumed people would remember me. So I thought, okay, well, let's just make it all into the title. And it also gives you a kind of a feeling of what it's going to be like to read it. It's kind of a, sort of a fun book that'll take you back to the 80s, which is, the whole point.
Absolutely. And Diane, the whole thing is, and I tweeted out at you, I called you, you're pop culture royalty, because you sit right in that. There was a time, where I think when videotapes and things of that nature started to come out, and someone could do a movie and it may have laid inert for a while and then got rediscovered. This is a near and dear time. The Goldbergs is completely predicated on this time frame, and it's great to see it being appreciated. But your career in particular, I kid you not. We play so many clips from Better Off Dead, and constantly. Are you surprised at the reach of the people who are familiar with your work now? Because you're kind of a regular on the convention circuit, correct?
Yes. I have to say, one of the things I was really fortunate to be able to do is go through, be in a lot of different genres.
Yeah.
So if, let's say, and today everything's so niche. So, people they go to one kind of a genre, they don't even visit the other ones. So, but I have to say that the most wonderful thing is I do love that people are bringing Better Off Dead back, because that to me is just, it was such a unique, hilarious,
trippy.
It was a movie. Trippy. It was at the time, and even today, it still stands out. And so it is such a pleasure and a gift when people remember it. And I have to tell you that, when I go to the conventions, I started doing it because my daughter, she had some crushes on people, and she was like, Mom, you really should start doing this and meeting people, because they'll really be happy to meet you. And I was like, oh, okay. And I thought, let me bring the Better Off Dead coat for people to wear it. Because I felt a little shy about me, but I was like, wear the coat. So seriously, if you go to a convention and I bring the coat, you could take pictures wearing the original coat from the film.
Wow. That coat, by the way, looks like it weighs 80 pounds when you're wearing it. But yeah, I love the fact there was the director's name was Savage Steve Holland, right?
Yep.
Right, and he did One Crazy Summer as well. And he had.
And by the way, I was in that movie, but they cut me out at the end because they were short on time. So it was, but I was waving at John at the end, which was a really kind of little nod. Better Off Dead people. Remember, I was a French girl, in case you don't remember.
Yes. So where did you get your? By the way, I just watched the last American Virgin and Better Off Dead back to back, just because I have to go watch them again.
So you hate me and then you love me. Right?
I love you. Yeah. The French accent's spot on. Did you have to pick up that ability? Do you have any French lineage?
I don't have French lineage. I'm Austrian and German lineage, but honestly, I love languages. So, it's like in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures. I talk like a British dialect. And so it's kind of like a thing where I just have an ear for it. And I just love languages. I love acting. I just love the whole world. And so, but I did, I always, whenever I do a character, a part, I study the language. I study with the dialect coach, I make sure, it's as accurate as possible. It's funny. I mean, if you get my books, I have 3 books, but the comedy book is, focuses on Better Off Dead. And one of the things was that I originally, when they brought me in for Beth and and I think they didn't even know I could do a French dialect. So I just came in and I started to exist and said, no, I am Monique. You must hire me, and I want to do these parts. So it was kind of hilarious.
Well, you do speak French a little bit in the film. Did you have to be spoon-fed that?
No, I put that French in there. They didn't put any French in it, and I was like, no. People do not argue in the other language. They argue in their native language. Yeah. So yeah, I did put real French in, and I took French in school, if that helps. Remember, when you take French in school or something in school, you never know where it can help you. So
well, the scene is hilarious. You brought in, and if you haven't seen Better Off Dead, these are movies that are, as in One Crazy Summer, they started, I think, a shift in movie comedy, as did Bill and Ted's in a way. It was a little bit more knowing, a little bit more acerbic, and again, there's trippy parts. There's animation, there's stop motion. Yep. It's almost Walter Mitty-ish in a way.
I have to tell you something. You really have your good timing on this, because actually, the producer of Better Off Dead is having an event at in a college in Georgia, SCAD, and I'm going to be invited to come down there, and it's going to be a big event, a huge event where they're going to bring Curtis and Amanda, and I'm not sure about some other people, but
Curtis Armstrong, who is Booger in Revenge of the Nerds, another guy who, since we've had him on the show,
Charles Dumas
in Better Off Dead, and John Cusack and David Ogden Stiers.
Dan Schneider. I mean, the guy who created basically all of the
Nickelodeon
Disney Channel.
Yeah.
Was it Disney?
Disney or Nickelodeon. He's just a massive, successful producer.
So much of the humor from that film has translated to television also, like you said, Danny having, working with Nickelodeon, iCarly, Zoe 101, just that sort of tongue-in-cheek kind of, bigger than life, characters.
Absolutely.
You'd mentioned David Ogden Stiers, and I forgot. I was trying to remember which, because actors aren't with every other character that appear in the film, but you did have a scene with him. I remember for sure because he's like, are you enjoying your time in our country? That must have been delightful to spend some time with him.
I could not keep a straight face. I could not. I mean, it was so funny. I mean, do you guys? I forgot the line. It was, speak English. And it was just, we had a blast doing it. I mean, honestly, the people in that movie were top notch, hilarious. I worked with Kim Darby, who played Lane's mother, in a movie of the week called Summer Girl, where I kidnapped her kids.
I saw that.
And Kim Darby. Our previous relationship was like, I tried to take over her family, and I played a schizophrenic for a movie of the week called Summer Girl, and then here we are working again. I mean, the chances of that are so unusual. It was really fun, and so now she plays Lane's mother.
Kim Darby was the girl in True Grit with John Wayne, and that's how she first burst on the scene. So, and here she is playing against type as this sort of loving lunatic mom. Was there a lot of improv on that set, or was it all on the page?
Okay, so there was the great thing. Savage Steve Holland is a genius. I'm sorry, but he's just so incredible. And he was very young at the time. And so I say this with a compliment, is that he was also in awe of all the people that he worked with. So what happened was he wrote this great script, and then he would be like, okay, if you do something great, I'll just keep it. So he allowed the actors to improvise. I mean, we stayed on the page because we're, you're professional, but you work out of the character. And there were some magical things that happened. Like, for instance, the snorting of the Jell-O.
Oh my God.
That was just a moment in time. I mean, that was like, Savage just went, and let's just do this. And I mean, I don't know how he got, but that moment was not in the script. It was so funny. And I tried to keep my lip was quivering when we did that. It was so funny with Curtis snorting it, and just, oh my gosh.
Yes, that predates Bluto.
Yes, it was improv, if you want to know. Yes.
Diane, I wanted to ask what it's like. So, in these three roles that we mentioned specifically, you're the girl. You're the object. You're the goal. You're what people want to get, and therefore, I had a crazy huge crush on you. I was.
Flattered and blushing.
Well, I was curious, what's that like? What is that? I mean, how many stalkers come out of the woodwork? If you've been playing characters like that, did it get weird at times with fans?
When I was younger, I certainly, first of all, we had no internet, right? So that was kind of a lucky thing in a way. People couldn't get access to me, I guess. But I was shyer then because I didn't know people's intentions, right? Now that I'm older, it's really nice. It's confidence.
Well, you're aging like a fine wine.
Say it again one more time. What was it? But it's people have just been, I've been very fortunate. People have been very respectful. And I think it's a mutual thing. I feel honored and not everybody gets remembered. And I just always felt like, it's an honor for people to remember you. It's an honor for people to have crushes on you. It's like a super cool thing. So I don't take it it doesn't go to my ego. It just makes me feel good.
Well, you know what? I think, Diane, people appreciate that you, so many times you'll hear about somebody who's like, I don't want to talk about those movies or that and it's so thrilling for people who are fans of what you've done to see you enjoy it as well and be in a good place about it. That means the world.
I'm really glad you said that, because I always say, an actor's job, you do the best you can in any work you do. You just do your best. It doesn't mean that the material is the best, and sometimes you make the material rise, But the thing is that there are other actors who I have spoken to, and they're sometimes ashamed of the work they did. And I'm like, your job is not to judge the material. If it's making somebody happy, that is their job. Once you do it, it belongs to the world.
Yeah.
And so if you start putting down something you did, that puts down what they did. You know what I mean? Like with their thoughts or their opinions. And I don't think that's cool. I think you have to do your work the best you can, and then back the things you do in a way of like, well, look, if if it's not, it's interesting too. A lot of actors be like, they only want to do A-list work, and so but today, honestly, a lot of the A-list work has disappeared. Like a lot of people don't even know a lot of things that I thought was really amazing, and so I think that's really fascinating that the world has its own agenda, and look, with COVID, we needed upbeat things. So like Bill and Ted came back in strong form. So it's not an actor's job to judge the work they do. They have to let the work go and let the world use it as it needs.
No, I completely agree with that. And speaking of Bill and Ted's, you were Princess Joanna, I believe it was?
No, wrong. This is very good. Glad you brought this up. I was Princess Elizabeth.
That's it. Right. So.
But you're not confused because in the credits it says Joanna. They got the credits wrong.
Oh my God!
Later, I know. Seriously, like not most bogus, right?
Yes. Well, here you are in this movie, and I have to ask the great George Carlin in this movie. What was it like working with George Carlin?
Can I just say that was a thrill for me? Because I love George. I love his routines. I think I remember seeing him do his stand-up, and wow, he's brilliant, smart, edgy. He just takes you. He just is his. If you haven't seen George Carlin's stand-up, you gotta find it. He's brilliant. And then when I met him, what was fascinating is, hello, Diane. Nice to meet you. Pleasure. This is George. So genteel, so sweet, so kind, and not what you expect George to be. And we were all floored. I mean, we were all going, wait, is this George Carlin?
Yeah, that was sort of a rebirth for him because his career, that the cinematic aspect of it was something that was new to him, and he had a number of reinventions. And I remember all of a sudden George Carlin was back on the map because of Bill and Ted.
We just go to show that, like, when he's on stage, it's his persona. He lets a certain part of himself out. And then when he's himself, he doesn't need to be the showman. He was, all I can tell you is that he was a brilliant man. I mean, he really knew, he was a person that hopefully will be remembered through history.
Yeah.
Something I've always been curious about, Diane, with Last American Virgin was the cast. What did you guys think about the ending of that film? And spoiler alert, ladies and gentlemen,
it's a bummer.
It's the guy doesn't get the girl. The guy who you're pulling for to get the girl doesn't get the girl. What did you guys think about that? Because it wasn't your typical ending of a film.
Absolutely. So Last American Virgin, fascinating film because it was based on a true story of the director's life. We all came in thinking, well, he just made a mistake at the end, right? We're going to make this a happy ending. I mean, it is the Last American Virgin. We have to have happy endings. And, right? Like, this is not happening. It was also interesting. It happened. We were actually the first film to make those teen films that use the music and all that stuff. We were the first one. Last American Virgin was actually made before Fast Times, although they came out at the same time.
It's jammed. It's jammed with music. I just watched it the other day. It's back-to-back hits from that time.
Unbelievable. I don't even know how they got the rights to do it, because it was the first time that a lot of the popular music was put into a film. And what wound up happening was that movie, okay, so we all thought we're going to change the ending, right? And the director was, no, don't, this is not going to happen, Boaz Davidson, and we're going to, this is my life, my true life, we're going to keep it as is. And I was like, oh, wow, I have to readjust what I'm doing in this film because I didn't want the audience to see it coming.
Yeah.
But because I played it as someone who you don't see it coming, I think you wind up hating me even more.
You do, because this guy.
I even look at myself and go, "Oh man, you're a biatch."
You know what?
You are a biatch.
I for the longest time, I had an issue with it, but I have come to terms with it because it's probably what would have happened in real life, to be honest.
True. And by the way, I am. That was perhaps one of my greatest acting feats because I'm more like Monique. So I had to be very quiet and I had to be very just my whole image of that character was just the girl. I have 3 different books. My first book, The Excellent Adventures, I have different ones: Adventures, Curls, and comedy. But The Adventures is the one. If you want to see my career as an actress, go to my first book, Excellent Adventures, and I go through all the movies I've done. I write it as if you have no idea what an '80s actor's life is like, actress's life, you could check that out. But I talk about that.
Oh, we're fascinated by it. And you're also in the sequel to the Amityville Horror, Amityville 2: The Possession.
Yeah.
Right. So, and you are from Long Island as well, are you not?
I certainly am.
As am I.
Amityville was 15 minutes, 20 minutes from where I lived. And the funny thing with that, with Amityville, by the way, that was a time when people were not doing sequels. Like, if you did a sequel in the 80s, it was considered yeah, maybe someone will see it. I don't know. Like, it's not. It was
yeah.
Why would someone watch part 2 when you can watch part 1? That was really the thinking.
Yeah, and it was. So I grew up on Long Island, East Northwood. We would go over and check out the Amityville house, but I remember that movie was particularly brutal. Burt Young, the great Burt Young, just off of Rocky fame, was your father, and it was about abuse, a family abusing each other, correct?
Oh yeah, no, it is definitely it is scarier than Amityville Horror. It's the most, people often say that it's like this. It's the realest. It's the most, because everything that happens that's really, it's a 2-part movie. The beginning of the film is about, domestic abuse and physical abuse and incest. And there's heavy duty stuff that to me is actually scarier than the monster part,
right?
Because it can be real. It's terrifying. But I think a lot of people can identify with characters and kind of understand. They feel it. The second part of the movie is about the exorcism and the monster aspect of it. So that the second part of it is what makes it really a classic horror film. So it's sort of people have come to me and said that they actually thought it was as good as The Exorcist.
It's disturbing. It's like a disturbing movie. Yeah.
Diane, you
not for everybody. Yeah, you pick your genre, people. But it is a good horror film if you like horror.
Hey, you mentioned life as an actress in the 1980s, and I was curious how you may have avoided the trappings of the decade of excess, because, gang, if you think cocaine is popular now, the 1980s, and especially if you're in the entertainment industry, was a party haven back in the day.
Yes, I'm really glad you said that, because I actually just read an article about another actress, and she was talking about, oh yeah, we did this film and we were doing, drugs and all that stuff. And because I think I started so young, I missed all that. I didn't have to hang with those people, which is perhaps maybe a reason why I didn't get into certain films. I don't know. I wasn't the kind of person, I didn't party like that. I started acting when I was 10 years old, wow. So my whole world was I wanted to do that. And it wasn't like I came in later and said, oh, I want to be in a movie. It was really my dream, so I wasn't going to mess with that. And I always looked at as I had to take care of my body and my face and my work and my voice. And I just had to stay on it to compete, I guess, be in that world and that, competition. It was highly competitive then, because there wasn't as much media opportunity as there is today.
Right.
Today everybody can even make their own movies, their own films. There it was major competition. It was hard.
Yeah. No, you're right. I have to ask, because we've always been huge John Cusack fans, and it seems over the years, I don't know, he seems to be a lot more upset and pissed off, and we always love him as that guy,
the likable guy.
Yeah. And is that a misread, or what's your take on John Cusack?
Okay, first of all, love John. John and we had great chemistry in Better Off Dead. He was so sweet. He's so smart, and he's so acerbic and funny, okay? John has always been really, really smart, and, I think sometimes what was seen as shy was somewhat he just kept his opinions to himself. You know what I mean? But, I think as the years went on, I think, there's a lot of what John wanted to have is, be taken more seriously, do more serious films, which again is hard. You're an actor and you get hired to do parts that you may not want to be seen in, whatever. Honestly, then I guess don't do acting or don't do that part, but whatever. But in his case, I think for him, John has always been someone who is thinking I think he just he is in his life where I've seen John more recently, and I think that there's a part of the business maybe that he wishes maybe gave him what he needed, and it didn't. It's like, we love him, and I honestly have told him, I said, John, this business, like, you don't understand what Better Off Dead did. You're endearing to people from that film.
Yes.
You're vulnerable, and people are you, and that's really important to understand. But I don't know. I think he's coming around. He wasn't for a while, but now he really is embracing Better Off Dead a lot more and saying, that he likes the film. It's just that he didn't think personally maybe that wasn't a film that he would watch.
But he did Hot Tub Time Machine, which is an homage to those movies.
Come on,
yeah,
come on.
Right.
I saw that too, and I even said to him the last time I saw him, I said, we should work together. I mean, imagine if we did a film together now, like, people would go crazy. And,
yeah.
I don't know. I put it out there, so.
Well, it's good to hear he's. It's good to hear he's turning around. We're delighted to see you embracing this and the books and everything, because it does mean a lot to us.
Yeah.
And you nailed it. Yeah, how important that is.
It really. He's got to. I think that John is. Another thing too. Like, obviously, I had kids. I got married. So I see a different perspective than he does. In life. And so I see the next generation, and I see how important it is to watch things that are funny, but not completely. Like, the thing about Better Off Dead that was very outstanding when it came out, and I even as an actor remembered it, is there was nothing gratuitous. There was no gratuitous nudity. There was no gratuitous language. It was just funny. And it was like, oh my gosh, why can't we just watch something that's just freaking hilarious?
Yeah.
So I was actually unusual for film. I mean, so it would be more just a kind of a thing on TV, but even then in TV, it couldn't be that off or that, weird or that kind of, experimental.
Yeah.
So I just want to say that, I think that my goal is hopefully that John will do a Q&A with me. So, John, if you hear this, please.
That'd be awesome.
We will push for it.
Yes, we want a Q&A.
And by the way, Diane, so the book, The Excellent Comedy of the Last American French Exchange, Babe of the 80s, is mainly about Better Off Dead and what went on in the making of and all the behind the scenes and fun stuff that took place, right?
And you'll see the pictures on the front. Yes, that is a picture from Better Off Dead. Yes, the comedy is the Better Off Dead one. The Curls has to do with more Last American Virgin.
Okay.
If you're a Virgin fan, go look for the Curls book. And then the Excellent Adventures is about all the work I've done. The chapters on Terror Vision and Amityville and
Terror Vision.
all the, how I got to college and, everything.
That's great.
Wow. Well, thank you for letting us geek out on you this morning. We love this stuff. We love your movies, and it's just great to meet you like this.
Merci buckets.
Merci buckets. There it is. That's the best. We love you. Thank you, Diane Franklin. Take care. Oh my goodness.
Is she wonderful?
I love her.
Yeah.
I love her. She's excellent. And I did. I crushed hard on her back in the day.
She was that it girl. Last American Virgin is a and it's actually a remake of the guy had done I guess he's an Israeli director. She mentioned his name, Bo, something or other. But, and it is his story, but it was marketed as crazy, sex hijinks, and there's some of that in there.
Yeah.
But it's like she gets pregnant.
There's an abortion.
Yeah. There's and the guy who's treated her like crap, she goes back to at the end, and the hero, the guy we think is going to get him. The last scene is of him driving home crying in the car.
Yeah.
That's how the movie ends.
Yeah, you're like, I remember looking at each other going, what? What the
hell just happened?
But, and like I said to her, that probably is what would have happened.
Yeah.
It's
because the other guy was better looking.
He was a jock. He was a good looking guy, and the other guy was kind of nerdy and super duper nice.
Bent over backwards, borrowed tons of money.
Slept on a chair.
Yeah.
Wow. But it's a great movie.
Yeah.
That was cool. Thanks for setting that up, for reaching out to her, Steve.
Marissa closed the deal,
Organized the whole thing. All right. Well, let's take a break and come back in a minute. We're going to get into the bizarre file. And don't forget, we do have Adam Sandler tickets to give away via the secret text word. So text word secret 239333. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Yes, absolutely.
I unlocked the little part of the game that allowed me to play in another room.
Yes.
I'm into it.
Dave, we're all excited about that as well. I wanted to ask, so every Tuesday we do a thing, it's called Tattoo Tuesday, and we give away a free tattoo every single Tuesday. And as a result, I mean, we used to do it here in the studio, and as a result, we've had several contestants and winners of Ink Master in our studio actually administering tattoo, which is really cool. Is Ink Master coming back to Paramount Plus by any chance? Do you know?
You know what? I honestly don't know. I heard that they were picking it up. That was the last I heard of it. The only thing that I can assume from not hearing anything is that they're rebooting it with a new cast. That's all I know.
That's all you know? All right.
I mean, in fact, I don't even know that because there's been very little dialogue. So I hear that Paramount Plus is going to pick it up. I guess they started a new streaming service.
Yep.
And, but I don't know. But I will tell you what's very funny about that is that Ink Master was a show that, I mean, it was on 10 years ago. I mean, it's hard to believe it was a decade ago that started, and we did 13 seasons. And then during the pandemic, Paramount sold a couple of seasons to Netflix. So now it's on Netflix, but these are old episodes. Right. But what that did was that opened us up to a whole new audience that had never seen us. And I started getting messages from people who were angry at me for certain people who got sent home 10 years ago.
Oh my God!
You know what I mean? Like they thought
it's
it was
just now. Yeah.
Fuck you for sending Josh home. He was the one. Like, how dare you? I'm like,
oh my God,
Josh! I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's great.
But people get very passionate about that. I hope that when you give out tattoos, is there one artist that you use, or is there a resident artist? Or
yeah.
There's a shop.
Yep. We have one shop, several artists within that shop, and there's a guy named Troy here who is he's a big name in the tattoo industry in Philadelphia. Actually, he is responsible for a lot of the tattoo conventions all across the country. Yep. So he has a lot of guys and he's also super generous. So
do they get to decide what they are getting, or does it have to be a WMMR?
They have to include
on the throat.
They have to include us in there somewhere, and it can even be very, very subtle. That's all that we ask. So
right,
that's nice.
The rabbit in the the Playboy cover. It can be very discreet. So
some are more subtle.
Do you
want
to know something funny about this? Do you see this?
Yeah, that's the Playboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a quick story. I was doing an interview with Hugh Hefner. And Hugh Hefner was talking about how the bunny, well, first of all, it started out, it was a stag. It was supposed to be a cartoon of a stag.
Okay,
and the night before the release, he couldn't sleep. And he got up in the middle of the night and called the designer and said, I hate the stag. You got to come up with something else. So they scrambled at all hours of the night and landed on this bunny, which then became the most iconic thing, in terms of branding.
Wow. Huge.
And he went ahead to tell me that it is probably the #1 most tattooed logo of all time.
The Playboy bunny.
I believe it.
Wow.
Yeah. And so at that moment, I said, has anybody in the history of tattooing this bunny asked you for permission? And he said, no, actually, nobody's ever asked. And I said, well, then let me be the first. Is it okay with you if I get the bunny tattooed? And he said, absolutely. So I have the one and only Hugh Hefner sanction.
Wow.
I wouldn't have gotten this otherwise. But the fact that, what do I care? But the fact that Hugh sanctioned it and gave me the okay, and it's the only one that exists that's like that, was pretty special.
That's awesome.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty
That's
cool.
awesome. Excellent. Dave, we're really excited. Not only that you guys are playing the show, but that you took the time to join us on the program this morning. We really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, man. I'm looking forward to being out there. And are you guys going to be at the show?
Oh,
yes.
Absolutely. I would not miss your guys' set. So
we'll come back and say hello, will you?
Okay, for sure. Absolutely. Thank you so
All
much,
right,
Dave.
guys.
We'll see you in September. Dave
Pleasure.
Navarro, guys. How about it? Wow. He's awesome. Super nice guy, and I bet you he could point to every single tattoo and tell a story like that as well.
What you're playing right here, I remember, Preston, when I first heard this song, I was like,
what's
whoa!
That? Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah. Hey, the Oscars were last night.
How about all of that? So yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher.
Yay!
It's been mentioned several times on the show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus.
Wow.
And there was no wrap-up music.
No,
he just kept sucking and clicking and doing that whole thing for a long time. So,
Is that him walking up?
Suction cups, yeah.
That's him walking up to the podium. It was awkward, but listen,
Yeah.
I mean, he was the star of the film.
It is a hell of a movie if you get a chance to see
I do
it.
need- I-
Think
I
of
really-
a nomad land, but with sea creatures.
They really should have put the octopus in the in memoriam section. I don't know why they didn't.
Did he die?
Well, he's an octopus. I mean, the movie came out like 2 years ago.
How long does your average octopus live?
I'll bet
The length of a documentary movie.
I'll bet they live longer than you think.
No,
And I'll
they
bet
Don't.
who's
They
out.
live like a year.
They don't.
Really?
Yeah, watch the movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait,
you saw it too, Kathy?
Yeah,
I saw the
it's
movie
great.
and I don't remember that shocking piece of
That's
news.
sad.
What?
Poor thing.
All right,
well,
I'm
maybe
gonna
it was a
check
thing.
it out.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5
All right,
years.
see, they're already getting longer lives.
See, he
One-
could still
1 year.
He could have accepted the award.
I wouldn't have wasted time with this dickhead then if I was an octopus. I got a little living to do, baby.
All right, Yolanda Hadid
I know Yolanda.
is in love with. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
In love with her daughter Gigi Hadid's daughter Kai.
So she loves her granddaughter?
She does.
Oh, my
Steve.
God.
I told
So
you.
who got the scoop on this
The
one?
news is big here this morning.
Wow.
Don't go to press yet.
Yeah.
I've got something.
She shared a tribute.
Yolanda Hadid, granddaughter.
She,
Do you have a source that can confirm this? I'm not going with this unless you have corroboration.
well, they heard from an octopus that actually.
in a parking garage.
Yeah.
The octopus was in the shadows, but
I have it on good authority that Yolanda Hadid loves her granddaughter.
Oh my God.
would you go on record with that?
You are people who don't want this information out.
Oh my God.
He's scared, man.
I'm very scared.
And then he just walked away. That's my new favorite thing. The octopus walking away in a cavernous room with lots of reverb so you can hear it.
I can see you're an octopus, even in shadow.
He's got a trench coat on.
He doesn't even need a trench coat. He's got like this amazing camouflage.
Listen, he's running now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Casey, he just blends in with the floor.
It's amazing.
A dove formerly owned by Prince has passed away.
Yeah. Well, you know, he was big into the doves when doves cry.
Of course. But I didn't know that he had, well, this particular dove was named Divinity.
Yeah.
Female white dove owned by Prince. She died on Tuesday following a recent decline in her health due to her age. She was 28 years old.
That is an exceptionally old dove.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a cat that lived to 22, and that seemed like an eternity for a pet lifespan.
Yes.
But listen, I know that some birds, like African grays and so on, can live for like 80 years.
Absolutely.
But I
They
didn't think
usually outlive their owners.
But I didn't think a dove had that kind of a shelf life, for lack of a better
I bathe
term.
in the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka. And
That must have been
what
what
I
did it.
attribute my longevity to.
Well, longevity for divinity.
Following Prince's death in 2016, Divinity remained at his Paisley Park and could be seen during the tours of his former estate.
Divinity conducted the tours.
According to the executive director of the Paisley Park tours, said Divinity's beautiful coo has welcomed visitors since Paisley Park first opened its gates to the public in October 2016. She was one of the enduring links to Prince for thousands of fans. She will be missed.
I would love to go to Paisley Park.
Me too.
I read there was a really really fascinating article. Prince started writing an autobiography, and he hired a writer to help him write it. And so a year or so before he died, the writing process began, and the writer spent a lot of time in Paisley Park. And I've gained so much more of an appreciation for Prince after his death, which makes me feel guilty for some weird reason. But just everything that went into Paisley Park and his life is really amazing.
I was just watching a replay of yesterday of him at the Super Bowl when he did the halftime. It was awesome.
Yeah, and his version, along with Danny Harrison and Tom Petty of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps" from Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony years ago, is just unbelievably great.
The outside of Paisley Park looks like a
school or
you would not
like
you would
that.
have no idea.
What I haven't seen are pictures of the inside.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's like a modern Graceland. Like it's Prince through and through.
Our old boss has been to parties there, Jim McGuinn, because he's a program director in Minneapolis, and that's where it is.
That's cool.
So I would
Elevator inside and all the whole deal.
So in addition to Divinity, Prince also owned a dove named Majesty, which according to reports were quiet. Both of them were quiet in the immediate days following his death, but they perked up after hearing his music.
I don't want to talk.
And a new generation of doves will continue to live on.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. I'm gonna throw up.
That's what it sounds like.
Cardboard Classic recap video is now available. It is complete and it is awesome. It's exclusive footage from every angle on the mountain, inside the sleds, from the sky. Thanks to Kane Drone Services, by the way.
Never had coverage like this.
Taking it to another level.
Yeah, I mean, you feel the motion.
Yeah. So if you want to take a look, we have it available at WMMR.com/Cardboard Classic, where you'll see links right on the front. There's complete event coverage, including photo galleries from Chris K. Photography and Justin Turner Photography. And our buddy Kyle Mack had cut all this stuff together, and Marissa puts this up on our, on our socials and sites and everything. And it's a ton of work. It's wonderful. And hopefully this will get you out there next year if you had been thinking about it this year and couldn't make it for one reason or another.
By the way, on another note, Kathy, have your cats been coming in and out of the room?
Why did you hear them? I locked them away. They're gone now.
It was hilarious because we look at it like, what is that?
Where's that noise?
Yeah.
Where's that noise coming from?
I'm using my computer at home, not my laptop. So it's bigger. So I'm kind of positioned like behind the computer. I thought maybe if I didn't make eye contact with them that they wouldn't bother me, but not so much.
Not so much.
It's hilarious.
All right, Bizarre File time. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
This morning is brought to you by Rita's Water Ice. Happiness is in the air. Rita's is now open and serving up all your favorite frozen treats. Be cool. Go to Rita's and enjoy their delicious Italian ice and creamy frozen custard. All right, I want to make sure, there's a couple stories I want to make sure I get to today. And I had so many good Bizarre File stories from yesterday. Here's definitely one of them I wanted to get to. A man who was arrested and charged with attacking a Columbus City employee while wielding an axe made his first court appearance on Monday.
With the axe?
No, but Anthony Margiotti angrily appeared for his arraignment by video conference after he allegedly attacked a woman who was performing an inspection of his residence. He refused to speak with his public defender and shouted obscenities during the arraignment.
Antonio Margaretti.
The woman from the City of Columbus Code Enforcement Office was walking around his house on Thursday when he appeared. It appeared that no one was home. When she heard a noise inside the home, she returned to the front of the property. Margaretti then allegedly came out of the front door yelling and swearing at the inspection officer. He then grabbed the woman by her shirt collar and hair.
Hey!
And dragged her back to her vehicle parked on the street.
Wow.
The car was marked as belonging to the City of Columbus Code Enforcement. Margiotti, who was also holding an axe, let go of the woman and then smashed all the windows of her car. I'd say someone might need anger management classes.
And someone's going to fail that inspection.
Court documents said he also destroyed a work computer in the front seat of the vehicle. The woman ran away from the scene, and police arrived and arrested him. During a pat-down, Margiotti spit at a police officer in the face while being taken into custody.
He's not a pleasant guy.
His bond was set at $350,000. The charges are criminal damaging, endangering, kidnapping, harassment with a bodily substance. He also had a previous court case over felony charge of harassment with a bodily substance from 2021. He likes to spit a lot.
Well, he says he's turned his attitude around, Preston. He's doing hot yoga now. He says it's really helping him get centered.
Okay. All right. This one I definitely wanted to share. This is somebody who is very resourceful. Over the weekend, a sheriff's search and rescue team saved a man who was stuck in the Willamette National Forest. Now, it was an all too familiar situation as the man's vehicle was stuck in deep snow and he was without cell service. However, he had something on hand that many in this position don't. He had a drone. And what he did, listen to what he did. He wrote out a text on his phone outlining where he was and what his situation before he attached the cell phone to the drone and he flew it up to a higher elevation where the signal would get out. And so when he did that, it reached higher elevation. His phone connected to a cell tower, sent the message through, allowing to be made aware of his situation.
So when I saw this story, Preston, I'm telling you guys about this movie Fall.
Yeah.
Which is really, I think, a solid movie. And they have a drone with them. They don't use it as smartly as he did, but yeah, it's just a great idea.
Yeah, so the sheriff's office team was deployed. They found him along with another person who was also stranded nearby. But that's smart thinking right
Absolutely.
there. Yep.
Or have a phone.
He did have a phone, but he had to send it up there.
Yeah.
A seemingly guilt-ridden hoarder who loved both his faith and his porn fled his house, leaving the entire collection of X-rated and religious materials behind, which later caused problems for the home's new owners.
So he loves his faith and his porn.
He does.
Does he have faith in his porn?
He must.
Maybe that's where the faith comes in.
Sydney.
I know this will get me off.
Sydney Lima and her boyfriend, Kieran Walsh, were in a desperate search for an apartment.
Sounds like a man of God.
When they stumbled upon the 3-story Jersey City home that was cheaper than most apartments, after booking a viewing, the couple made the unholy discovery that the entire house was covered from floor to ceiling in porn and Bibles, along with other trash. Both Lima and Walsh recall having to tiptoe their way through 3-foot-high stacks of clutter in the 2-bedroom home. And they said you couldn't get inside the door. That's how much stuff was which was in there, which was wild. And when we finally got in, I was mind-boggled. I had never experienced anything like this. Lima also revealed that the previous tenant seemingly kept every single piece of mail he ever received.
Oh, man.
She said he was a very ironic man. He had so many religious things, like stuff for the Catholic Church and Bibles, but he also had a whole lot of porn.
Couldn't help but notice you also have a lot of porn.
In April 2022.
What are you doing in the bathroom there?
The couple.
I
get off.
Oh, he's finished.
That's Bill's noise that he makes right at the moment.
Think about that.
I get off.
Got a staff meeting coming up today.
Santa's got to go.
Santa went.
Yeah. Santa went all over.
Oh, my God. I'll never be able to unthink that. The couple decided to give the apartment a new lease on life and began clearing out the stacks, and they now have their new place, porn and Bible free. Sorry.
You guys better be careful. I'm not there to be the one to get in trouble.
Oh, no.
It's
Yeah,
one
we
of
don't
you.
have Kathy.
He'll drive over.
The scapegoat. All right. One last story. How about this one? This is a follow-up. A former Mexican beauty queen and her partner have been jailed in Spain for 4 years for stealing 45 bottles of wine worth an estimated $1.7 million.
Wow.
The incident happened in 2021 at a luxury hotel in the Spanish city of Caceres, where the couple were staying as guests. The couple later fled, but they were arrested 9 months later at the Croatia-Montenegro border and returned to Spain. None of the wine has been recovered, by the way. The court.
Do they expect to recover? Do you know?
No, I don't think so. They named the couple only as Tatiana and Estanislao, something like that. But they've been identified by the Spanish media as Priscilla Guerva and Constantine Dimitri. According to the court, Tatiana checked into the exclusive Atrio Hotel using a fake Swiss passport. She was later joined by Estanazala, the other dude.
Yeah.
And they both enjoyed a 14-course meal at the property's Michelin star restaurant, followed by a guided tour of the wine cellar.
So they're passing themselves off as very wealthy.
Yeah, so the guy returned in the early hours of the following morning to raid the cellar. He was using a stolen key, which the court suggested he took from reception while she was providing a distraction. One single bottle of wine, which were stuffed into their backpacks, had a unique 19th century vintage and is reported to have been worth $350,000.
It's astonishing.
The theft sparked an international police hunt that ended in July when the pair were caught while trying to cross into Croatia. So they're going to jail for 4 or 5 years.
Well, it's not the first time they've done something like this, I can guarantee you.
Yeah.
Hey, let's give it a shot.
Right. All right, and there you go. Your bizarre file. All right, Kathy Romano, you're at home. Do you have the strength to give us a number caller for the secret text word?
Yes, it's not me that's sick. We're going to go caller 8.
All right, caller number 8, 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know that secret text word. We'll come back, get a winner. We'll grab a random texter as well, and we'll do lesson question, trash, music, news. Hang in there.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. It's a scientific fact.
I swear to God, I'm going to throw up!
Oh, my God. Hey, are doves the same things as pigeons?
No.
No?
They're related.
They are related.
Yeah, they're in the same bird family.
That's what I mean.
If you look at their license, there's a delineation.
Okay.
My dad and I used to go dove hunting regularly. We used to blast those things out of the sky.
Dude, I mean, come on.
We'd eat them.
I know, but still, it's like puppy hunting. You know? It's so nice and cute and peaceful.
They're different than the ones that you see. They're gray colored
They kill
ones.
families.
Oh, yes. They are all tatted up.
He was doing service to the families of Kentucky.
They are literally the symbol for peace, however.
Yes.
I was completely eaten by a dove today. Anyone kill them for us.
Son, we got work to do.
We beat it to death with an olive branch.
I have a hair change story that
That's a cool sound effect.
After splitting from her fiance, Dale Moss, Bachelorette alum Claire Crawley is ready for love and a new pink hairdo.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I saw it.
Yeah?
I've not seen it.
It's not over the top.
It's not crazy hot
It's
pink.
light. She says she wanted to show that she could do something crazy.
Okay.
As we observed, everything she's done shows she can do something crazy.
Oh, you're right. It's a nice pink. It's like an ombre.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. She didn't go. I was thinking like shocking. Like Katy Perry when she had super pink hair. Anyway.
Getting the tattoo of Florida on her forehead.
Did you see that guy?
I did.
Yes. He's got a tattoo of the state right on his forehead.
Ridiculous.
All righty, buddy. Source tells us she sees her time spent with Dale as something of her past and is ready to move forward.
It helped me to learn about myself.
So she has pink hair now.
Okay, the ombre's good. I kind of prefer the Ganon, bro.
What's the Ganon?
Come on.
Ganon, bro.
Keep going. Do it. Finish it.
I'm not finishing
Come on.
It's Ganon, bro. I like the up dog. Personally.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Here's the tattoo of the Florida, by the way.
That looks good.
Oh,
Man, what is going on?
I know. We have a monitor that's normally in front of us. It doesn't work, and I can't see the photos when they come up. But yes, that's just brilliant. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture drama went to Andra Day for The United States versus Billie Holiday. And overall best motion picture drama went to Nomadland. So there you go. That's our first foray into a very strange awards year.
It was. You know what was one of the weirder things, Preston? At certain points when they were going into a commercial and they had the nominees, they'd put the nominees up and they'd bring up their microphones so that they could sort of like talk and like. And there was, did you see Case? I don't know, because there was a point where Pacino was up for something and they were all, hi, Mr. Pacino, I'm a big fan of yours. And there's this cross talk that's not No one was overseeing it. It was just like you were listening in on a Zoom call.
Wait, so the crosstalk was between the fellow nominees?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So they did that a couple times. If they ever do this again, they should not do that again.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right?
It's very weird. And I'm like, is something supposed to be happening?
What was great, though, is when Soul won for best, I think it was best animated, who do you call it? Tracy Morgan pronounced it as Saul, right? He goes, and the winner is, and he goes, Saul. And then there was no reaction because there was no movie called Saw.
Right.
And then he realized that he had made the mistake. And then they had cut to the it was for best original song. But either way, the actors, it was Sudeikis, it was the people that were up for the next award.
Right.
They were having a ball with it. They were cracking up. Don Cheadle was making fun of them, and it was really, really.
I think Pacino didn't realize that he was still on the Zoom call because he was standing in the doorway pleasuring himself.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh no, you
How
don't do
awkward
that.
is
It feels so good.
Right.
Well, I didn't see that clip, but I did see. I saw a clip.
I'm gonna shout!
Oh my God! Splat.
All over my walls and when my children play with their toys. You were expecting something like that. There were a few people who clearly were not quite up to speed on the tech.
I'm gonna shoot over here.
That was good.
Oh man!
Right after that.
Yes. Sorry, Nick.
No. This is also comedic. He fell asleep.
What?
Did he?
Yeah.
Was he asleep on camera, Nick?
Yeah. I mean, don't you usually fall asleep right afterwards?
Everybody's sleepy, and you've expanded yourself. So the camera pans across his screen, and listen, his eyes are closed, and he looks like he might have not actually have been asleep, but he looked like he was sleepy.
That was so much fun pleasuring myself.
Oh no, the poor guy. Getting old.
I don't feel so good.
That's hilarious.
I'm up and out.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise, yard work, or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed.
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's now listen.
Yes.
That's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all
However,
day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention this.
Okay.
Go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookles
or a snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snorkeling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes!
Yeah, that'd be
Going
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Serpent USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
At the snorkel.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Snorkel USA.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear. You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good questions.
Whatever,
yeah, because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what you brought.
They provided.
They provided it for you.
Do you remember what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat.
It was called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snorkel, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snorkel
is? Right, a snorkel is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have snuba. Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently snorkel is legit as well.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like snuba.
It does.
So what
hose,
what
right?
they do is, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snorkel.
Yeah.
Zombie raccoons. That's my thing.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl or cat food for your stray cats and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Lean back, wait for. Hey! In the home of Oprah.
There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And
She can apparently.
Shine Down 93.3.
What happened?
Just that I was half listening to the song, and it's called Dead Don't Will Die. I heard Dang Dong Die, and I don't know.
Ding dirty dir.
Ding dong die, the ding dirty dir. Oh, I'll never unhear that, by the way. Oy, oy, oy. All right, let's see. We were thinking about giving away a prize for a designated caller. And Kathy had called out for number 8, so let's go to the phones and see if we can indeed find that person who knows the word of the week. Not the word of the week, the secret text word. It's Mark who's on the line. Hey, Mark, good morning to you, sir.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so we got a very cool prize. If you can tell me what the secret text word is, sir.
I believe it is meatball.
Meatball is correct. Meatball sandwich. Mark, hang on the line. You are going to see Adam Sandler.
There's a lot of Christmas songs out there. And
Friday, April 14th.
Not too many Hanukkah songs. So,
Wells Fargo Center.
Wrote a song for all those nice little Jewish kids who don't get to hear any Hanukkah songs.
And a surprise guest will be there as well. Tickets are on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com. Details at WMMR.com. And our random texter is Steve. Wow.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
No, not Swan.
Okay.
Steve Johansson, I guess is how you say it. Johaston.
Johnston.
That's an N. Okay. Johnston in Levittown. Hey,
we know Levittown.
Connor's handwriting. God bless him. I love everything Connor does. But his handwriting is atrocious. All right, so we are going to make sure they get the tickets. So congrats to your friends. We are going to pose today's lesson question. And let's see, today, I should have looked at these ahead of time.
Hey.
How about this? Who hosted Metal Mayhem, which aired around the same time as the Midnight Special? 215-263 WMMR. Who hosted Metal Mayhem, which aired around the same time as the Midnight Special? This is all made up, by the way. All right,
always
so
all made
searching for it's not going to find anything out. 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer, and we'll do the trash while you're calling.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you this morning by Monster Mania. The biggest names in horror will be at Monster Mania Con 53. It's this weekend at the DoubleTree Hotel in Cherry Hill. Special guests include Charlie Hunnam.
Awesome.
And, the Sons of Anarchy reunion. Tickets at monstermania.net. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Shaka Khan, livid over where she ranked on that Rolling Stone list of the 200 greatest singers of all time. Khan was very candid about the female singers ahead of her, saying, quote, "Half those bitches sound like their cooches are caught in a pasta maker."
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. She's angry. Victoria's Secret hasn't hosted its annual fashion show in years, but now comes word that they're coming back. A Victoria's Secret representative says the new show will mark a return to basics with less of an emphasis on vajumics.
Wow.
And finally, the next episode of The Good Doctor will include the pilot for a spin-off called The Good Lawyer about an attorney with OCD. ABC is also planning another spin-off called The Not So Good Anesthetist Who Uses a Hammer. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're going to see if someone knows the answer to this question. Who hosted Metal Mayhem, which aired around the same time as the Midnight Special? 215-263 WMMR. Our first caller in is Ed, so we're going to go to him. Ed, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Ed, who hosted Metal Mayhem, which aired around the same time as the Midnight Special, please?
Everyone's favorite, Mr. Belvedere.
Mr. Belvedere. Yeah, hang on, Ed.
It was an odd choice.
We're going to give you a pair of tickets to see, by the way, I didn't mention this earlier, Alice in Chains founder Jerry Cantrell, Brighton tour at the Excite Center stage inside Parks Casino, Saturday, March 18th. MMR VIPs. You can enter at WMMR.com for a chance to win passes for the VIP meet and greet and sound check.
If you are bored today or you're just looking to kill some time and you need a laugh, I highly recommend looking up Norm Macdonald telling stories about Bob Uecker talking about Mr. Belvedere.
Yeah.
Because they are absolutely hilarious. Norm Macdonald does a spot-on Bob Uecker impression, and Uecker's stories about Belvedere are filthy, and Norm doesn't spare any expense. So he told him on Letterman, he told him on his podcast. I recommend them, and it'll be a good way for you to spend your time today.
Excellent. By the way, speaking of today, and I failed to mention this earlier, it's International Women's Day.
Yes, it is.
Today.
Oh, man.
So thank you, women, ladies, everyone.
We didn't play any
lives.
women's
No,
songs.
we didn't. That's going to
Thanks.
change. I'm going to do that
We'll
next.
change that now.
The hell?
Can I mention something really quick? I'm actually doing an event tonight for International Women's Day, and it's a virtual event. So the information is on my Instagram page. It's in the stories, and then my Instagram page for a show that I do on Ben FM called Her Story. It's Her Story 957. The link is in the bio on that page. But yeah, it's a virtual event. They want you to sign up just so they can send you the link ahead of time. But we have some amazing speakers on tonight, and so it's at 6:00.
Cool.
If you're home, yeah, you can just log on. We're actually going to be talking to. Remember the police officer that died of the bee sting?
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking to his wife is going to be speaking tonight, Whitney, and then we have somebody named Dr. Jerry Lynn Utter, who I've known for years. She's actually friends with Tim Graham. That's how I met her in our sales department. And her story is amazing. I mean, she was on the path, or should have been on the path to really nothing in life. And what she's done with her life, she's a psychologist now, and her story is excellent. So she's going to be speaking as well. And then we have a couple of other speakers. But yeah, it's tonight at 6 o'clock. And like I said, if you go to the Instagram page, you'll be able to see the link and sign up there.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Kathy. And by the way, and speaking of International Women's Day, I want to thank Ryan Reynolds for by far the funniest International Women's Day joke ever in Deadpool.
Yeah.
Just the best.
Yeah.
Like I had to before when that movie came out, I'm like, I can't show my kids this movie. I definitely can't show them that part. It's it gets that whole sequence of all those various sex things it goes through.
Yeah.
But the International Women's Day part was so damn funny. Casey and I saw that movie in the theater together, and I'm like, oh my God.
Do you remember
it was awesome.
Children in that movie?
Yes.
Like children, like 8-year-olds. Yeah.
Disney when we did that. All right.
By the way, I spiked a women's band in for their.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm excited about this one. I don't think we've ever played this song on our show.
Well, that'll be coming up. There's a little tease for you, friends.
Is it Snowbird?
It is not.
God damn it.
No, we're doing music news. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, it is brought to you by. Can they just put the right name on here?
No, why would they do that?
I know.
Why would they
just give it a goddamn break?
Okay, it's by Jurg District Productions. Which it's live casino. Catch
we
all
love
the
live casino.
I know we do, but they need to label this properly. And it's not their fault. It's whoever did this. Okay, moving on. Catch all the March Madness at Sports and Social on the 52-foot big screen at Live Casino Philly, featuring Bud Light packages, giveaways, games, and more for an unmatched basketball viewing experience. Earlier this week, Dave Grohl volunteered with the nonprofit organization Feed the Streets by firing up a barbecue grill, cooking some meat, and serving it to the homeless at MacArthur Park in Los Angeles. The organization posted a video along with the caption saying, "On one of those wet and cold rainy days, we received a text from none other than Dave Grohl," and then they wrote codename Dolce & Gabbana. He said that he heard about what we were doing and wanted to help out. The organization said, we threw him into an upcoming activation. He spent 18 hours straight smoking brisket, ribs, and pork.
God, he loves doing that, man.
With a cooking crew, they stayed up all night and into the sunrise. The next day, Dolce and his team, exhausted and sleep-deprived, packed up the food and drove it to MacArthur Park.
But they left early, and they left the cake out in the rain, Preston.
Oh, no, not in MacArthur Park. He said all they had to do was drop it off and leave. However, they decided to stay and work the line, serve the barbecue with our crew until everyone at the park was fed. If that ain't a hero, we don't know what the F is. Stay tuned. Dolce & Gabbana will be back on the blocks to serve yucca and Skid Row soon. Last week, Dave fed more than 500 people at a homeless shelter in Los Angeles.
Wow.
That's wonderful.
I want to try his. I just want to see his barbecue's like.
He apparently has like really top level skills.
Yeah, I would love to as well. The 2023 lineup for Connecticut's Sound on Sound Festival is going to feature headliners Red Hot Chili Peppers, John Mayer, and Alanis Morissette. Runs from September 30th through October 1st. Rolling Stone reported the festival will return to Bridgeport Seaside Park and feature such artists as the Trey Anastasio Band.
Ooh.
Jim Blossoms, Hozier, Nathaniel Rateliff and the Night Sweats. Philadelphia's own Snack Time will be performing at that, along with a ton of other bands I've never heard of before.
Actually, Mount Joy's on there as well. I've become a huge fan of these guys. They went to Conestoga High School. They're a Philly band as well.
Wow.
And so they've been doing a lot of festivals lately. They were in the Eddie Vedder Festival out in Arizona, and they're doing this one too.
Nice. So they've announced it. The Edge is promising a revitalized sounding U2 for its next studio set. The band's going to drop its new 40-track Songs of Survival collection March 17th, but they've already begun plotting their next move, which will feature big electric guitars. We have heard this, by the way, that they're going to be more guitar-centric. So Edge said, I am not sure U2 are going to turn into AC/DC exactly. I'll still be trying to find ways to use the instrument that are new and unfamiliar, but I'm absolutely convinced that the guitar is going to be front and center within mainstream music culture in a year or two, and I want to be a part of that revival. and I don't think that there's any chance of the future drying up. I've been working on other new stuff in parallel that's much more vital and requires a YouTube band sound to fulfill it. Regarding Bram Vandenberg sitting in for Larry Mullen Jr. during the band's upcoming Las Vegas residency following his back surgery and recovery, The Edge said, "No one is more disappointed than us that Larry can't be joining us in Vegas. We made a commitment. In the history of U2, you can count the shows we've missed on on the fingers of one hand."
So that'd be 5.
That would be 5. He said, the people who are going to miss Larry the most, I think, will be Bono, Adam, and myself. And it'll be strange to turn around and not see him behind us after all these years. But the show will be amazing, he said. And then finally, we'll end with this. We touched on this earlier, but iconic TV show, The Midnight Special, which ran for 450 episodes between 1973 and 1981, has launched a YouTube channel to mark its 50th anniversary. The channel promises to share many performances that haven't been officially available on the platform to date. Among the videos available at the channel's launch are the original pilot episode from 1972 featuring live performances from John Denver, Argent, Harry Chapin, David Clayton Thomas, Cass Elliott, the Everly Brothers, the Isley Brothers, Helen Reddy, Linda Ronstadt, and more.
The Corsican Brothers. I wonder if they've redone the sound, Preston. Any indication on that?
They didn't say it in the story. As well as clips from Fleetwood Mac, David Bowie, Rod Stewart, Tina Turner, and more. The show's creator, Burt Sugarman, said the Midnight Special was a groundbreaking and revolutionary show that pushed the boundaries of what was possible on television, as not one broadcaster had programming available after 1 a.m. back then. I insisted on live performances in front of an audience. There was no lip syncing. Other artists who performed on the show, whose appearances will presumably become available over the coming months, include Led Zeppelin, Aerosmith, Kiss, Elton John, AC/DC, Badfinger, The Cars, Cheap Trick, Peter Frampton, Genesis, Heart, Little Feat, Prince, Roxy Music, Steely Dan, Thin Lizzy, and ELO.
I'm going to subscribe to that. I'm going to spend some time there.
Yeah.
Preston, they have Elvin Bishop, Fooled Around and Fell in Love.
Oh, man.
Great song.
I love that song. Excellent.
Was that Mickey Thomas was the vocal?
Mickey Thomas was the singer, and Elvin Bishop played guitar.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that on the Guardian soundtrack?
It is.
Yeah.
Fooled around and fell in love.
You know.
It's a great song. What is this audio?
We played it earlier. It's the John Denver intro.
You raised me. Shut the fuck up.
Well done.
Gotcha.
Sing music.
Here they get me. Highlights from the clips available at launch include Fleetwood Mac playing Rhiannon in early 1976 and Go Your Own Way just 2 months after the release of Rumors in 1977. David Bowie performing Space Oddity in 1974. Rod Stewart hooking up with Keith Richards for a rumble through Twistin' the Night Away in 1975. And Tina Turner delivering a feisty Nutbush City Limits in 1973. Yeah, this could be...
Yeah.
You could spend a lot of time watching these. That show was great.
I remember, yeah. It was like no man's land late. I used to I would watch The Tonight Show when it was 90 minutes long. And, and then on anything, Preston, the only thing that years ago... stations would go off the air at a certain time.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
YouTube, check it out. All right, and there you go. That is music news for you. We're going to take a break. We are going to come back in just a second, and we'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize from Pierre Robert. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
A warm zone. That's what I call my chairs at home. Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which I guess is not the case if it was just on the chair. I don't know.
Just on the chair. The rest of the place is apparently clean. Josie scoured our studio and nothing.
And I'm never coming back again.
You would have thought there was a radiation leak here.
Yeah. So I never told my wife that there was a bed bug.
She wouldn't have let you go to work.
No.
That was the first thing I told my wife, and I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm surprised that's all we have. They're ripping the entire building apart, walls that haven't been opened up in years.
Yeah.
I imagine at night there must be a big vermin hoedown when we leave. Because you walk around, there's these cavernous like a wall will disappear. There's a big opening now.
Yeah.
You walk down one hall, it's 11 degrees, and then the next hall, it's 1,400 degrees. It's a whole new environment. It's like you're on some spaceship that's just, morphing all the time, and that's what this is here.
Well, I'm just glad that they alerted us to it. Yeah. Because during some of the construction, apparently they were removing asbestos, and nobody ever told us.
Well, that's when that wall went up down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Because, and I almost walked into that wall. That's how quickly it went up. I started to turn down to go down to what I thought was Chuck's office down the hall that used to exist.
Like Looney Tunes.
And there was a wall.
So my wife will, when we go check into a hotel, it's always the same situation. We open the door, we shut the door, we leave our bags right at the door while she goes and strips all the beds and looks through all the furniture for bed bugs. She's like definitely
She's fanatical. So before you guys even enter the room,
we have to leave our bags at the door. There's an inspection.
I really wanted to come in a hazmat suit or some sort of bubble, but I couldn't find anything.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
We're going through our text chain, and I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. I'm not going to tell my wife. And then Kathy immediately goes from 0 to freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
Get the F out of here. I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Who the F has bed bugs? Holy F, no, like 1,000 exclamation points. And then she says, do you know how hard it is to get rid of bed bugs? What's the company going to do about it? And when? And then Preston sends a GIF, of like a bedbug jug band.
Yeah, playing music. And then Kathy fires back, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
I think I said F you to anybody who's not taking this seriously.
And then I think Nick said, read Joe's email. And then Kathy says, F the email, F the bedbugs, and F whoever doesn't think this is a big deal. Where are we going to do our show tomorrow? Clearly, we can't go to the station, and we need an on-site location.
My house is
She was
clean.
ready.
My house is clean.
Yeah. She was ready to set up shop somewhere else. to do a live
100%.
broadcast.
If you guys would have said, yeah, we have to do the show somewhere else, I would offer it up my house.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
So it was one bug down the hall, right?
Yes!
Okay, I'm just asking.
Could you see Casey coming home? Diane wants to check him, so she takes out the blue light. Doesn't find any bed bugs, just semen
Bathed in
stains.
semen, yeah.
All over my face.
We're good.
The woman was saying that they have dogs that can do all sorts of that check for bugs that actually will.
Wait a minute. I thought you meant that bed bugs use dogs to travel around.
Back up.
Mush, mush.
For a ride.
I thought you meant as piggybacking.
You've never seen the bed bug Iditarod?
No.
It's good. Yeah.
It must be majestic.
It's compelling.
Yeah, good dog, good dog. It's good dog. Yeah. I love being out here in the open range. Yeah.
Let's see here. As Godzilla versus Kong, starring Millie Bobby Brown, performed much better than expected given the circumstances of COVID and so on, and the original movie King of the Monsters' lackluster box office performance. A threequel is expected with Adam Wingard set to direct again.
So he directed the most recent one.
I believe so, yeah.
Right.
So according to the Hollywood Reporter, the concept being floated is Son of Kong. Godzilla vs. Kong has crossed $400 million globally and is the top-grossing Hollywood-produced movie since the pandemic hit.
They're going to have to correct something now in both these, Son of Kong and Son of Godzilla. You gotta have a female Godzilla. Something. Mm-hmm. Who's he banging?
Yeah.
Where does this? Not unless they're asexual. They reproduce that way. I mean, there's only
it's Son of Kong,
right? But there's also Son of Godzilla.
Oh, is there Son of Godzilla?
Yes, I'm sure that's in the works as well.
So maybe he could reproduce asexually. I don't know. We don't know much about Godzilla. He's kind of a mystery, but definitely not Kong.
Well, Godzilla
Definitely
could.
not.
No, he's more. He's a simian.
He's a mammal.
Why do we assume that Kong is a man? Wouldn't
we know
say-
it? He's all man.
Well, I don't know.
Wouldn't he be Queen Kong?
Yeah, he'd be Queen Kong.
Okay, fair point. But I didn't see any low-hanging fruit, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, they left that out. In fact, can you on apes, or do they? I've never.
Is there junk external?
That's a good question.
Apparently, it's pretty small. I remember. We talked one point about animal genitalia.
Yeah, but even on Kong, it would be big enough.
You're right.
But it'd be the size of a
proportionally
VW, you know.
Yeah,
it'd be the size of me.
Be as tall as Steve.
I want to see King Dong. I want to see it.
There actually was a movie called King Dong.
Of course, there was.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a rom-com. Like he's romancing this lady, and that's about how they have the baby together.
Oh, the next Kong
the
movie?
next one, yeah.
4 weddings and a King Kong.
That could be. There could be something like that. We'll have to see. An inspiring story.
The giant ape walked into her life.
All right. So anyhow, we will see if that comes to pass or not. But
how big his junk is, and whether there's a Mrs. Kong.
Son of Kong. We'll have to see.
What a goddamn day today. Sit down. I'll make you some dinner. I'm fighting these things that are apparently prehistoric, and yet I've never seen them, and I'm on an island. You think I would want to cross? I don't even know why they evolved that way. They're like snake things with. Just give me a beer.
Yeah, just think about it tomorrow. Just,
you want to do a little grab ass?
Yeah. Khloe Kardashian.
Let's take this upstairs.
Kong! What are you doing?
Just a little finger stuff.
Oh my God.
There's no little finger stuff in here.
Oh, it's bigger than my penis.
No, it's perfect.
A lot of gorillas are like that.
It's okay, baby. It happens. No, not to me. It's those dumb lizard things that I met today.
You can't stop thinking about it.
I'm just distracted.
Forget about the lizard things. Come upstairs.
Let's have some oysters.
Okay. Should I move on to Khloe Kardashian now? Okay, thank you.
Same size.
I have the floor now.
Maybe that. There you go. King Kong marries Khloe Kardashian.
Today, it was, I guess, 25 years ago today or recently within the last week or so?
I think it's today. It's a magical day, or at least a magical time. You can sort of feel it in the air.
Yeah, you even look outside.
Yeah.
The trees are swaying, I think, in honor of the fact that it is the 25th anniversary of the movie Twister.
Yeah. A legendary film.
Oh, my God.
Legendary, horrible film.
I remember looking forward to go and see. I took my mom. She was visiting in town, and I took her to go see the movie. And the big hook were the effects.
That's it.
At the time, the effects were kind of groundbreaking. The CGI depicting these tornadoes.
And they were amazing for the time. They did a great job.
I couldn't find out where that effing sound was coming from.
Stinking fader.
But I got it figured out now. Oh, I'm sorry, and I'm trying to juggle this. I'm Kathy on my FaceTime phone here that I'm trying to pull up and get all this stuff organized, and our pets' heads are falling off. Where's that sound coming from?
Our pets' heads are falling off!
Anyhow, today's
There's
been
nothing on here.
It's been a fun program today.
It has.
I would like to thank a couple of guests we had on the show. First of all, we had Ian McLaughlin, who is in charge of the Prum Philly. It benefits Travis Manion Foundation. It's for veterans. It's a great organization and a really cool event, a very cool party at the Union League, Friday, March 31st. And our buddy Roland Scarinci will be there, the 100-year-old Marine.
He's the best.
Plays harmonica, and they're going to name their community award after him. Awesome. So details available. Essentially, it's an adult prom. It's black tie, evening gown, and dinner and dancing and all this stuff. So it's really, really cool. And our information, you can find that at WMMR.com. And then we had such a great time talking to actress Diane Franklin, who was from Last American Virgin and Better Off Dead and Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. And she's got a book out called The Excellent Comedy of the Last American French Exchange Babe of the 80s. And she was just so sweet. She was awesome.
Yeah, I love
Really,
that. I love
really-
that she's into it, too.
Yeah. And just had a great conversation with her, which was really cool. Pierre Robert is indeed here in the studio, ready to go. Hey, man.
Good day, then.
Nice to see you.
Is she at that Comic-Con thing?
Not the Monster Con coming up, but she does do these conventions.
Because I heard her say convention, so I didn't know. Yeah,
not this particular
The Monster Con is huge.
Yeah, it really
and it's a ton of stuff to recommend it. But she was talking about something, I think, in Georgia.
I think it's this weekend, isn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah, no.
Do you ever go to those?
Oh,
Steve?
yeah. They're fantastic. And the guy who runs it, Dave, is just tremendous. I mean, he pulls in so many top-level people to the horror realm and just the pop culture realm. He really works it and delivers.
I went to a Star Trek convention one time. And it was Geekorama. There were so many people dressed in Star Trek pajamas. I mean, none of the uniforms looked quite right, so they all looked oversized or undersized.
They're all in great shape, though. Have you noticed that?
Yes, I noticed that. But I got to ask Leonard Nimoy a question, and there were great differences and incorrect things that didn't connect from Star Trek 1 to Star Trek 2. And I went into this involved question, and he looked at me like, "You moron." But what he said was, well, time passed. All right, next question. In terms of the changes between Star Trek 1 and Star Trek 2.
Why don't you leave me alone?
They had different questions. They had different uniforms, and Kirk wanted to get back, but then he wants to retire. Well, I mean, I don't understand the timeline. Time passed.
Let it go.
Let it go. And
it's like the Shatner SNL skit.
Yes.
Get a life.
Right,
Yeah, get a life, why don't you, people?
Move out of your mother's basement.
Well, shall we get the letter from you, Saul? Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
P as in perfect.
All right, and we are working our way towards a 5-letter word. We'll have it on Friday, and we'll give away 4 tickets on the floor to see Muse, the Will of the People Tour, which is coming up Sunday, March 19th, Wells Fargo Center. Special guest, Evanescence. And some tickets remain via wellsfargocenterphilly.com. What's up on the show today, sir?
Well, we're going to get to a block of Disturbed, a block of Jay Giles Band. Yesterday was Peter Wolf's birthday, I believe, and I think we fell a day behind. And then we're going to get into a big block of women's songs as well for International Women's Day.
Love that.
I like that you put Cherry Bomb in, by the way.
Yeah, it was Casey's call. It was like, we need a rock chick anthem, ladies anthem.
There's so many.
I know.
mean, and in this station's history alone, going back to the folk singers like Joni Mitchell and Bonnie Raitt up to the Hailstorms, and Pretty Reckless and things like that. So there's a lot of incredible rock and roll talent in the women's department that needs to be celebrated.
Excellent. That'll happen today. Want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan. Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Monster Mania Con 53. Tickets this weekend are available at monstermania.net. And also Villanova University's College of Professional Studies Pursue the Next You. Tomorrow on our program, the Academy Awards are coming up. We'll have the Anatomy Awards.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Much more important.
Mr. Skin will be joining us, and we still have a bunch of things to give away and things to do and talk about. So that'll be tomorrow. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.